Hello, everybody, and welcome to Biel in the heart of Switzerland. We're going to have a final day of the 59th International Biel Chess Festival in the Congress Hall in the heart of the Biel. This is it. We're going to have our names of the winners today in the heart of the festival's Grandmaster Triathlon, Generations Challenge, Masters Tournament. We are going to be your host. My name is Angelika Valkova, and I'm happy to be joined for the final time for this edition by Grandmaster Artus Nations. Artus, this is it. We are at the final line.
Hey, Angelica and everybody else who's watching. Yeah, it feels great. And to be honest, I have today a bit mixed feelings. So from one side, I'm super excited because this is it, the final day. We're going to crown the champions and have some fun. But at the same time, it's also saying goodbyes to all the chess fans, the amazing team here, to you, Angelica, to Bic, of course, who is our producer. So a bit mixed emotions here, but it does feel great to finally be here.
I fully agree, Arturus. And as you're mentioning, today is the final. We're going to know our winners. And let's pull up the standings right now, because there we will see who has to win today, who is in a must-win situation. In Generations Challenge, we have a clear leader, 29.5 points. Václav Finek, he's facing Xiao Tong, a perfect end of the Generations Challenge tournament. If Václav has at least a draw, he's going to be a winner. For Xiao Tong, is a must-win situation.
That's going to be pretty difficult for him because he's playing with the black color. Marco Materia already cannot win the tournament because he's having a rest day. There's not 4 players, but 3. Alexandra Goryachkina did not qualify for the final stage because she had a bit too much of a gap against the tournament leader, Václav Finek. And in the meantime, in the Masters, it's all about pretty much the game Levon Aronian against Adin Suleimanli, but it's pretty much the same situation as in the Challengers, how easy it is for Suleimanli try to win such an experienced player, Aronian, with the black color on demand.
Yes, and we can see in the today's pairings you are mentioning both Aydin and Xiao Tong, they're having black pieces in today's battle. If we pull up the round 3 pairings of the final stage, we'll see that also there is one more pairing which we haven't mentioned that much. It's Lim Le against Yezer Dogmush. Ultimately, it's going to be a battle for the 3rd place in that match. Whoever wins is getting the 3rd place.
Yeah, so probably they're going to try to do something. We're following, obviously, this is the 11th day of the broadcast, so we're following the action from day 1. And the first 2 days of the final stage were a bit quiet. We saw some draws. The players were not taking the risks at some of the moments. But here I think that for Suleimanli and for also Xiao Tong, I don't think they really have a choice here because I don't think it matters so much you finish in the 2nd or 3rd place. You should try to play for the win, but I suppose we're going to see.
The winner is getting 4 points, and as our viewers can see, 24 points right now for Aydin. If he beats Grandmaster Levon Aronian today, getting 28 points, he will have the same amount of points, but all comes to the first day of the Biel Chess Festival, where everyone played the chess 960, which is ultimately a tiebreaker of this event. And there, Artus, how did they finish? Who was better?
Yeah, so it was Suleimanli who was ahead of Aronian, and that means that his tiebreak is better. But again, I think it's going to be really, really hard for him to do this. So I would expect that the young Azerbaijani Grandmaster is going to take some risks in the opening. Their games did not really disappoint before. Also, one of their very early games, I think it was the rapid game, it was some sharp Sicilian. And we're going to see what's going to happen here.
And also, for the 3rd place, this battle of Lim Le against Yezer Dogmush, as you can see, if they play a draw, they have exact same amount of points. But as we remember, Lim Le suffered so much in Chess 960 tournament, finishing the last of the field. So it means Yezer Dogmush will get the 3rd place. So for Lim Le to get 3rd place, it's also a must-win situation in this final round.
Yeah, so there's definitely some monetary motivation for any of the players. Here we see the playing venue. This is Biel Congress Center, 2nd floor, where all of the events are being held, 15 in total. So the MTO also finishes today. We already know the winner of the MTO, the young German star, Christian Glockler, who is leading with 8 points out of 9, 1.5 points ahead of everybody else. And there's other ATO tournament. There's the triathlon tournament. There's the Fisher Chess 960 tournament, Blitz, Rapid, pretty much everything that the chess fan would wish for.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect location. In case you have some plans for the next summer, you would like to schedule this event definitely in your summer schedule, because you can participate in any event that you want, depending how much time you have. There is a week's tournament, which lasts only 1 week, 5-6 days. There is also a tournament which is played for 2 weeks, basically. It depends how much time you have and how much you want to enjoy Biel and experience this event. And playing alongside the top grandmasters in the same playing hall, you have grandmasters, top grandmasters on the stage, you're playing in the same playing hall. I think it also motivates you to play your best chess, and also you can follow the game live there.
Yeah, I think it always left a bit special feeling to the players who are playing on stage, because everybody is looking at you, how you're performing, and wishing that one day you're going to be there. So I think the young Christian is definitely going to go there. I think that was their right, actually, of the winner of the MTO to qualify for the challenger. So suppose we are going to see. But we are getting 2 minutes to the start of the round. A very common sight. The players are arriving to the last minute. By the way, they're living pretty close to the tournament venue. The hotel is literally 2-minute walk to the Biel Congress Center. So that's why, yeah, some of the players arrive precisely on time.
Yeah, exactly on the clock. Everything is very close here in the Biel, and we have so many restaurants close to us. So whenever the games are finished, everyone is rushing in there. Today we're going to take it a bit slower at the very end, because it will be our final broadcast of the Biel Chess Festival. So it's going to be definitely special before the next year, 60th anniversary we'll have. By the way, the players are getting seated there, and Aronian.
At the moment, it's only Aronian.
Ooh.
Yeah, he has arrived in time. This time, just a solid shirt wearing. Typically, Levon would wear something really fancy and colorful.
But he has something interesting on his shirt.
Really?
It's not just
Actually,
a plain shirt. Look at this.
Oh, it looked pretty classic. No, all right.
And Václav Finek is also sitting there. Václav is wearing a classy shirt. He's not wearing anything else on it, but
The question here, how they're going to play? Are they going to be solid, play for the draw, or just pretend like nothing really dramatic is happening here and just play a good game? Because one thing I can tell from my own experience, Angelika, that it's really hard to get the draw when you need a draw, because when you do this, you might be playing passively.
Yeah, I fully agree. So you definitely have it's must not to look at the result right now, what you need, but rather to play a normal game. Because if you're going to play too much defensively, too much for a draw, too solidly, you might not even get it. By the way, here is our fight for the third place, depending on the result. So one more time, Limley is a must-win situation if he wants to get third place, to get on the podium. And this is our ultimate battle for the first place in the Masters, Levon against Aydin.
I think it's going to be some Dutch defense. So Levon is going to play d4, and Aydin is going to play Dutch defense f5. I don't know. He's going to play Benoni. He's going to play some Tarash, some Benko. I don't know. It's going to be fun.
Let's go. Yeah, I'm expecting to have some fun opening from Aydin. Looking at his playing style, I mean, he was not he was not letting us down with the opening choices. But we see people are clapping because it's final round also in the ATO and MTO tournament today. So all events are finishing today, which are playing in the afternoon. But tomorrow there is still final day where we are going to have closing ceremony. And also there will be some of the tournaments playing in the morning. So there is a week's tournament, there is Total Chess Open tournament. So these events are still going to take place tomorrow. But today is like official last day for the main events.
Yeah, some people are playing chess and some are going paragliding, as Carissa Yip actually is doing today. So she busted out of the Challengers tournament final stage, and instead she's having some fun time here today, going to the paragliding activities. I kind of envy her.
She promised to show also photos from there tomorrow for the closing ceremony.
Would be amazing.
So, yeah, we'll definitely see it. But yeah, talking about this battle, Levon against Aydin. Levon has been dominating the faster time controls, the rapid blitz. He was so solid in the classical. And we
Dutch defense, play f5. You got to play something sharp.
Knight
not f6. This is not Dutch defense.
Okay. So what do you think? Will we see c5 here? E6.
Something sharp I would love to see. E6. Okay. Is there going to be knight c3, knight f3? Very solid choice, of course. No need for risks. D5.
D5. Queen's
Some-
Gambit declined.
Some Catalan maybe.
Tarash.
Knight c3. Levon is so confident.
Bishop g4. We have Ragozin on the board. Sorry, bishop b4. Okay, so Ragozin defense. Bishop g5. Everyone is ready.
Yeah. Like, this is one of the main ideas in this line. White is spinning the knight on f6, playing e3. h6. The speed is
takes.
really fast by those players. Queen takes on f6. I think there's something simple as queen b3 here. No, just e3, be solid.
Yeah. Just solid game. One more time, dear viewers. All Levon needs to do today is to have at least a draw.
And he has done it before. Like, he has played all of his games in the classical tournament. All of them were draw. Like, he was really unstoppable in the rapid tournament with 9 points out of 10. He demolished the field in the blitz event with 8.5 points out of 10. But in classical, Levon has been all about being solid. And it seems to be the perfect formula to win the event, at least so far.
Definitely. And rook c1, we see not allowing any doubling of the pawns on the c file. And now maybe he's ready to attack the bishop on b4. Maybe a3 somewhere already there.
Yeah, knight c6. Okay, the speed.
Everyone is ready.
The speed is really fast. So, a3, is this going to happen here? How ambitious is Levon? Like, I don't think he's super ambitious here. Like, he definitely will try something, but ultimately it's all about not taking unnecessary risks. I would say maybe a3, bishop c3, rook takes on c3, takes, e5 push, and there's going to be massive trades. But the question is Aydin happy with this?
Yeah, those are good questions for Aydin, but Levon is taking time right now. It's his choice to make a move. And as you were mentioning earlier, Arturs, you know, just playing for a draw, I mean, it's not going to maybe bring you a draw. So you have to be really careful here. So maybe what Levon has to do, he has to play a real game, like whatever happens. If he sees an opportunity for some slight edge, slight advantage, maybe he goes for it. Not to go, you know, overly crazy to sacrifice something. Okay, of course, we would love to have sacrifice.
I would go crazy.
That would you would go crazy.
Absolutely, yeah. I would play the Dutch.
Yeah?
Absolutely, 100%. Yes.
Instead of Aydin.
Yeah, I mean, I would play probably the Dutch defense. Maybe that's because I play Dutch defense anyway. So I was kind of hoping for that, but I mean, still, everything is still ahead in this game. Yeah. So maybe we can go back to the starting moves.
Let's go and break it down. What happened?
And yeah, h3. Oh my goodness, so deep. h3. Such a deep move. All right, so let's go to the starting position. d4. This is the only real way to play. f5, but okay. The black played knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3. The classical way. White has many choices. There's the classical Catalan. Levon played knight c3. Black has c5. Black has d takes on c4, bishop b4, etc. So bishop b4 was played. Bishop g5. I think this is one of the most solid choices. White wants to play e3, avoid any unnecessary action. h6. If you play bishop h4, you need to watch out for stuff like g5 and knight e4. Let me just put it on the screen. Yeah, maybe it's a bit too sharp for white, like c5, queen a5, h5, h4 stuff. That's why Levon's bishop takes on f6 looks very, very reasonable, considering the tournament situation. Rook c1, here, h3, and immediately e5.
Ooh. Immediately breaking down the position, but at the same time, there is a big opportunity now to simplify, isn't it, Arturs? I think white can take somehow 2 times and then simplify. Is it possible?
2 times, but where? I can take it here. I can take it here.
I would take on, I mean, maybe e5.
On e5, yeah? Okay.
Taking on e5.
Takes.
And if you take, I capture the knight.
Takes.
Here, maybe you can even play queen d5.
Yeah, probably. And I think that if I'm being ambitious, I have to keep the queen somehow on the board. But how? Like queen d5. There's no way I'm playing this for the win. And you play something like bishop e2, and you're never going to lose this, yeah, most likely. 2 bishops, even though for black. So this is one idea. The second idea is maybe can we do this?
Now probably have to count with the intermezzo.
Fair point. So this looks kind of dangerous. Yeah. Ooh,
Ooh, yeah.
that looks really bad.
Take on b2, checkmate. Not
Almost.
checkmate, but winning material.
Yeah, I could take with the knight. I could take with the queen. I could take it. Well, there's a lot of trades. I mean, Aronian definitely is in a much better situation here because to win on demand, this is like you actually have a choice. So the choice number one is you play the long game, be very patient, hope for some minor chances. Maybe your opponent misplays, and if he misplays, you try to capitalize on it. The second choice is also very common at the pro level: is you take risks in the opening. That you play some sharp opening, like I was calling out a Dutch defense, or some Benoni, or whatever. You risk a lot, and then you're hoping that your risk gets rewarded, but there's naturally also the potential that you might lose the game, and we have seen this happen before.
Yeah, the most important not to over push in such situations and not be overexcited. But one more time, this e5 move, I mean, of course you're opening up your bishop, but at the same time you're allowing all these trades. I'm not really sure how good is it in terms of the tournament standing for IDing.
But it's difficult to break it with the symmetrical d7, d5. Yeah, that's why I said, like, I think he is, if he is ambitious here, I still don't know yet because the opening doesn't tell us much. But he definitely would love to give it a try. But yeah, maybe it made sense to play something sharper, but we're going to see. Yeah, it's only starting e5. It seems that it slightly surprised Aronian. He has this chance to take the pawn. And how do you play it solidly without playing passively? That's what he's thinking right now.
Yeah, and he's taking his time, and while he does so, let's pull up the bird's eye view and see what is going on in the final round of the final stage of the Grandmaster Triathlon here at the Biel Chess Festival. We see the final openings being played today for this edition. And the game we just looked is on the left, while in the middle, it's Limle against Yezer Dogmush, looking pretty solid, some kind of Catalan with a trade on d2. And the game in question, I think, is Václav Finek against Tong Shao on the right. Because I see the pawn has just been captured on e6, and now big question is with what to take and what to do, and what was this opening? Looks like some Queen's Indian defense.
I think you have to take with f-pawn. Yeah, it was the Queen's Indian defense, you're totally correct. And I think that the Chinese Grandmaster is taking some risks, like he's trying to get some unbalanced game. So let's go to that game and figure out if he's doing really well. This is the current position, and I think that it's also a good idea for you to try to get some unbalanced structure. That's why d takes on e6, it feels way too safe, and I don't think you're playing for the win, so I think you simply have to accept, maybe nominally I'm slightly worse, play f takes on e6, and then see where the game is going to take you.
Looking at this position and looking at how Václav is playing, I think he is ready for the fight, and he's not here to make a sure draw, and we're going to see a fight. That's what we were expecting. But yeah, let's maybe start from the beginning.
Yeah, we can do that. So let's start from the first move. d4, knight f6. Again, black is in a must-win situation. If he loses or a draw, he is finishing in the second place. It doesn't really matter. If he wins, he is first. So that's why it makes sense to take some risks. b6. Okay, not your most ambitious opening, I would say, but again, he is perhaps being a bit cautious. Bishop a6, and this used to be quite popular years ago. By the way, just to give you an update, f takes on e6 was played, so this is good.
Oh, yeah, we're going to get the fight that we were waiting for. So queen b3, defending the pawn looks logical. You don't want to play e3 when you go for a fianchetto. That's why you have to defend your pawn in different way, and queen b3 is a perfect move.
Yeah, there's many moves. There's queen b3, there's queen a4, there's queen c2, there's b3. All of them are good. So queen b3 is one of the choices. Knight c6. I think I used to play like this myself with the black color. When I was still playing the queens in defense, there were some d5 ideas or knight a5 ideas, try to attack the pawn. Bishop d2, stopping knight a5. Looks reasonable.
Yeah, looks perfectly reasonable. Now queen has no worries there on b3. But yeah, bishop b7, very interesting move. So first, provoking the queen b3 in a way. Is queen on b3 not on the best location, or why was it bishop a6, bishop b7 played?
Because it comes to the direct threat, knight x on d4. And it's also a very common idea in the Queen's India. Let's say you play bishop a6. The big idea is at some point you want to play c5, because if you do it immediately, you play c5. This is considered to be really dubious. White plays d5, and we get some modern Benoni structure where white has some advantage. And that's why it's quite common that black includes bishop a6 to provoke the queen to b2, b3, c2, or a4, only to play bishop b7 and then play c5. For example, here in this line, queen c2, I think this is how black plays, bishop b7, bishop g2, and c5. And it's much harder for white to play d5 because the queen on d1 is no longer guarding this square.
Yeah, and this is completely different stuff, because usually when I played without the g3, so not the Catalan, and then the d5 is much easier to be played there. But it looks like that black is forcing this d5 in this game.
What do you play normally yourself? A g3, e3?
No, because I don't go with a g3.
Oh,
so
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You play e3, yeah?
Yeah, and most likely with knight c3, not knight f3. So
Knight
it's
c3.
like
the
so
names
it's completely, yeah. I'm allowing names also for that reason.
Yeah, you're a fighter. I understand.
Always ready to fight, especially in the final round.
Love it.
But here it feels like black is forcing white to push d5, because now what we see, what happened, knight d4, sorry, knight c6, now bishop d7, b7, knight d4 is a threat. So you have to defend it, but how do you defend it? You can push it.
Yeah, so d5 is one way to defend it, as you said. This trade also could be a potential possibility with something like knight e7. You see you are hitting the pawn 3 times, but the knight, another bishop. But I assume that white can most likely sacrifice this pawn and play down a pawn like bishop g2, castle, etc. Okay, we have an extra pawn, but white has a beautiful outpost on d4. And it's such a thematic theme for white that I think that the Chinese grandmaster didn't really want to go here.
Yeah, of course. That definitely makes a lot of sense. I mean, it doesn't look like a very promising position to play for a victory there, so...
Yeah. I love it. After x
Yeah,
on e6.
just
It's a
take
great
it.
choice. It's a great choice.
Yeah, amazing. And
This is the
now
position.
Bishop g2.
Yeah.
Yeah, finishing development. I really love it. I really love that there is no pawn on the f file. Potentially the f file could be, there could be some target on f2.
Almost like Dutch defense.
Yeah, almost.
Yes.
Actually, yes. But then you trade it for the d pawn somehow.
Yes.
And not for the e4 pawn.
Exactly.
Ah. You're happy. I see happiness.
I'm a big Dutch defense fan now. Sorry, I can't resist.
No.
Yeah, so here I think black has achieved something because it's a fighting position, and it's a very common thing for competitive players to try to get an unbalanced pawn structure, not symmetrical pawn structure, but unbalanced pawn structure, so that the position is as unusual as it gets. So how does black continue here? I think knight f5 looks decent, knight c6 looks all right, g6, bishop g7 looks something I would love to consider. But in terms of the opening, I think that Tong Xiao got exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, I fully agree. And also I think, Arthurs, you got what you wanted, because we have at least one position where it looks like the Dutch was played. The f5 was the first move to play, and I mean, at least similar pawn structure. Of course, like not maybe exactly the same, but ideas could be implemented from the Dutch defense. And we're getting at least one fight, that's for sure, in the final round, which we're looking forward to. One more time, dear viewers, for Tong Xiao, it's a must-win situation. If he wants to win the tournament, he has to win this game. For Václav Finek, meanwhile, with white pieces, draw is enough?
Prediction time. Let's predict.
Let's go.
So let's have a look at 3 games. Now we see where it's heading. Actually, I see some excitement in Nevronian versus Suleiman. I love it. I love it. It's really great. So let's predict. Angelika, you first.
Okay, so let's start with the game we just looked at. Václav Finek against Tong Xiao. I say Tong Xiao wins. That's my prediction. You?
Wow. Well, I love it for the sake of the drama. I would say it's going to finish in a draw. My argument is that Finek was in such a great shape in this tournament, and they played all of their previous games in a draw.
Yeah, I
Here in
know.
Biel, all of them were draw. Even the Blitz games were in a draw. So as much as I love the fighting spirit of the Chinese player, I think somehow it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, I still hope for it, but of course it's more like a hope. But still, I predict it. I would love to
Okay.
happen.
Sounds great.
So then we have Limle against Yes or Dogmush. Okay, so far position looks nothing really. I mean, too much fireworks. It's actually tough to predict this one, but I would say I want to say something
Crazy.
decisive. I want to
Yes,
say
do
something
it. By all
crazy.
means, do it.
Okay, I'll say Liam will win.
Liam will win.
And you?
Draw.
Draw. Okay, another crazy result.
It's an easy guess. I suppose it's a safe guess. Okay. Yeah, so far I'm predicting 2 draws. All right. And what about Aronian versus Suleimani?
The game is spicing up.
Kingy
I
to
love
a
it.
bank load on the
I
board.
love it. I absolutely love it. I say Aydin wins this one. I want him to win. And probably let's go there. I mean, once you predict.
Yeah,
what's
it makes
your-
sense, and I'm not going to be original.
You're
Draw.
going to say draw. Arthur, what is this boring prediction?
I don't know. I'm just. Yeah, I saw so many draws before in the first 2 rounds, and
Yes, I know.
like I just don't think that Levon is going to lose this with white. Even though I love what Suleimani has accomplished here. This is the current position. The white king is on e2. The black king is. Is it safe? I don't know. White could try to do some attack at the g file. So I think that if white gets the queens off the board, then it's going to be very peaceful. But is he going to get the queens on the board?
This
Because
is a big question.
whoa, b takes on c3.
Okay, I think we have to break it down. Let's maybe go slowly from the position we just seen, because what Levon went for is exactly the line we were discussing.
This
After
line,
the e5.
I have never seen it in my life.
No, but okay, first couple of moves.
Oh, the first moves, yes.
Yeah, I mean after the position that we last saw,
We
Levon
saw it
went for the line we were discussing.
h3, e5, yeah? That's the position. And you can play c takes on d5, which maybe was the safer move. I don't know. But we saw instead a d takes on e5 being chosen by the Armenian player. Takes,
This
and
is
queen
exactly
d5.
what we were discussing, so that he can go for this one.
Yeah, and black rejected the queen trade, which is
Of course.
understandable. Queen d4.
And somehow we came up with this idea that it looks like very, very drawish. But now Aydin is going for queen g6.
Yeah, it's also, I think,
Very
a silent
fighting.
draw offer. Yeah, queen d4, queen e6, queen d5, queen f6, queen d4.
No draw.
Do you want to draw?
No
The answer is
draw.
no. I don't want to draw. I want to fight.
Of course, no draw. 100%.
And queen d3 is going to be bishop f5. So I don't think that white can do this. Like queen d3, bishop f5. Let me just put it on the screen. You see suddenly the king is stuck in the center. You can't play e4. There's going to be bishop takes with e4. You can't take with the knight. The king when e1 is pinned. So you can't do all of those things. That's why Levon play bishop d3. Queen takes on g2 and willingly play something that looks like a banklau. King e2 connecting the rooks and threatening to play rook g1.
This position before the move queen g6, I found one game was played, but it was on chess.com, probably some title Tuesday, with the white pieces Denis Lazovic, with the black Clementi, is it Sichov? I'm not sure correct surname. And the white won this one, but black traded the queens.
Here,
So-
yeah?
Yeah, and of course it was like online game. It's different. Yeah, just take, pawn takes, rook e8, bishop e2, and bishop f5, a3, and I think that white doesn't have any issues here.
I don't know. Engine says that white is worse, though.
Take on c3, rook c3, rook e4,
Or not rook d8. Okay, rook e4.
and now d5, another rook a to e8, rook e3. Okay, of course it was online game,
Yeah, black is just better.
but then what happened? Trying to maybe some blunder, okay, some crazy blunder in the endgame happened. So black had some big chances in this game, but after the move that we have in this position, queen d4 and now queen g6, no game has been played in this position.
So queen g6 is a novelty.
from the notable games database, yes, maybe there could be some games, the
Unnotable games.
unnotable, exactly. Maybe something was played, in the correspondence chess. Probably there is some other different database we have to look up, but so far, something very fresh and new. And I love how Levon is also replying pretty quickly with a king e2, then take. And my question was about this pawn takes on c3 here.
Yeah. Maybe let's have a look at this.
Let's maybe try to break it down. Okay, with the rook you cannot take because the rook is hanging. Why cannot you take with the queen? Okay, something very straightforward.
Let me have a look. So queen c3 feels kind of the safer move because you keep your pawn structure healthy. But I think what Levon is banking on here is that his queen on d4 is so active, like in this final position, that it matters more than the ruined pawn structure.
What do you think? F5, F4?
Ooh.
I don't know.
Yeah, but you're blundering probably like a cheapo, on g7.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oi.
there's oi
Oopsie.
moment on g7 happening there. You can't do this. I'm not sure. Can I go
Maybe
back?
take pawn on h3 with a bishop and if rook g1, check on g4.
You really are a
Rook
pawn
G-
grabber.
Rook g1, bishop g4, check. Then there will be no checkmate on g7 anymore. And now queen f3, you can step away. Ooh. And queen d1 checkmate's red.
Okay. Actually, yeah. I wouldn't think like that. Okay. My brain works differently. Yeah, but you're right.
Too materialistic.
You just saw a pawn, you took a pawn. No, but it's great. It works. Because what's the difference? So here, after b takes on c3, you can't do this. Ah, that's the difference.
There
Rook
is no
g1.
check.
There's no check. You just take it.
So queen is important on d4. Queen has to be there.
Okay.
And,
I love it.
Okay.
Rook g1, hg1, and g6.
I'm looking for some h5, h4, h5 ideas.
No, but this is really great news. I think it answers a couple of questions. The first question is Soleimani trying to win? Yes, he is. He's doing it right now. So he decided to play this solid opening choice, maybe give a false signal to the opponent that he's willing to agree to some repetition. Boom, suddenly he plays a gambit, tries to take over the game. The second good news is that this game is not going to finish quickly. And okay, we still see the evaluation bar for white. It's pretty normal position. Rook g3, rook g1, try to attack on g6, but I'm quite amazed by the speed of Soleimani. So this suggests that he knows this position really well.
Yeah, he is still in control. He still knows everything. Of course, like at some moment he spent like 1 minute, for example, before queen c6, but it's just like 1 minute. It still means he's in the book. Meanwhile, for Levon, he almost spent 20 minutes right now. So of course, he was not expecting this. He's trying to figure out the moves on the board. Maybe he remembers it from something. We see he is fully ready. I mean, when you have such situation like Levon, Arthur's, in the tournament where you just need a draw, and then you're a winner. And, we're playing against this youngster from Azerbaijan, and he's just showing with all of his preparation, with all of his moves, that he's ready for a fight. How would you feel here on the place of Levon? Would you be worried?
No, I don't think so. I think that also Levon played those moves pretty quickly. Like he did spend like 15 to 20 minutes, most likely trying to recall the analysis he has done before. And I think that he treats this position that he has a lot of activity here. He just played rook g3. I think that the next move is going to be rook g1, rook e6. And I will be thinking if there's already some repetition here from the white's perspective. Yeah, that's the first thing I'm thinking. Should I go for this or shouldn't I go for this? So let me maybe pull up the analysis on board. I would like to explain what I mean by that. So let's say rook c to g1. Yeah, there's something brewing here. Bishop g6, rook g6, some checkmate to winning the queen. So I think the black has to respond with like, maybe king h7. Because I thought if you play rook e6, I saw that I can probably try to repeat the position. Somehow. I think that there could be some repetitions, but I have a feeling that after this rook c to g1, black will play king h7, No, black gonna do this apparently. Something's gonna happen here.
Some issue.
Some big issue. Maybe just h4. Yeah.
H4, H5.
And some
Opening
rook
up.
g5. Ooh.
Ah, checkmate isn't coming.
Yeah, but then you can't
Oh.
do this. It's a pin.
Yeah, and also if you play king h6, probably you have rook h5, king takes, and queen g7.
There's got to be some checkmate.
Yeah, rook h5.
Rook h5? Without
Rook
thinking,
h5.
yeah? Oh my goodness, Angelique, you're so good.
King h5 and
Yeah.
queen g7.
I love it.
Let's go.
Instantly.
Okay, probably not the best move. I see there was something better, but
I love it. Yeah, just queen g7, there's going to be checkmate. Yeah, it actually is like this. This is a checkmate threat. This is a checkmate threat. There's some check on g4, some quiet king d2, and maybe I can sacrifice another rook, by the way. It's probably too much, yeah? Yeah, okay.
let's not do that. But okay, not our pieces, not our rooks. We can sacrifice. So rook e8.
Yeah?
Will Levon go for it? So let's try to look one more time. So bring in the rooks.
I think you have to play rook e6, right? You can't play bishop f5. I'm going to take it.
For free.
That's a pin. That's a pin, yeah.
So now we just have to figure out what happens after queen d8. So queen
mean,
d8,
You still have h4, h5, but I tried to force a draw. That's what I tried to do, yeah?
queen d8. Can we play here king h7? Okay.
Some queen f8. And if you do this,
Oh,
I
there-
saw an idea.
Oi, oi, oi.
Hmm.
You take it, and then it's fun.
For white.
Fun for white, and then it's Levon who is winning.
So queen f8, and I don't like this for black because now you see you also can't bring the bishop to the game. You see this rook is under attack. Like I would try to convince myself I can't do this with black. That's why after queen d8 check, probably king g7. The queen, by the way, here is very annoying. So I could go back, and then you could try to play king h7, or is this some draw immediate? Again, h4. Or maybe here I play h4. Takes.
It's so interesting that Levon is now it's turn to move, but he's like watching around everywhere, and it's Aydin who is fully focused. Oh,
Yeah, you know, okay.
not
like,
easy.
No, it's not easy. But one thing is clear that White has the temporary initiative here. Like he's doing something there. He has the double the rooks idea, some h4, h5 stuff. But probably Levon is also a bit worried here in terms of not the possession, but he's worried that Aydin is prepped, and this is really like forcing you to slow down because you're essentially not playing against Le Mans, you're playing against a super engine, some home prep of maybe an entire Azerbaijani national team.
Yeah, absolutely. You know that all of it was prepared. He's blitzing out all the moves so far, fully in the mode, fully in the prep. The biggest question: when will this prep finish? At which moment will Aydin think on his own? But I think we're going to find out it very soon. At the same time, you know, as you're also mentioning always, there is a trick. Yeah, even if you play a move and your opponent replies quickly, it means your move is the best move, right, in the position. But if you play a move and your opponent starts to think, who was earlier in the prep, it means that maybe something is off there.
Yeah, it could be. There's some deep ideas for black. The question is, why is Levon thinking? Why is not playing rook c to g1? I saw in the chat Mr. Sorenzo Lamas. He says queen f4 has to be played. Or at least it's an idea. Now that I'm looking at this, it kind of also looks logical. Attack the pawn on h6, then play rook g1, or play queen f4, rook g1, or rook g1, queen f4. And these double pawns at the moment, they don't even feel because white is doing something there.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, let's leave Levon to think. Oh, he's playing queen f4. So for some reason he didn't play rook g1. He played for target of the pawn on h6 right now. And now I would love to see if Aydin is blitzing out the next move. Is it the best move in the position? I think the answer will be to that question. Is queen f4 one of the best moves? Because if Aydin is now replying pretty quickly, then it means it is.
He's trying to recall. Yeah, look at this. There was this glance to his left. You're trying to recall your analysis. He probably knows that white is not in trouble. Like, you try to recall what was in your files, and even if you know what's written there, like you're thinking, can I get more from this? All right.
Yeah, he's not yet playing the move. So let's leave Aydin to it, trying to find and recall his preparation. Let's pull up an overview of the final round. There was one game we haven't checked yet. It's a game in the middle, but it looks so peaceful so far. I think there have been quite some updates in the game of Václav Finek against Dong Shao. But Artus, it's your call. Where are we heading next?
I mean, we have to give some love also to Lemle versus Derdomush. Yeah, check very quickly, even though it's not really deciding the fight for the championship title here in Biel. It's also a bit sad to see Lemle not winning it, because he's won it 3 times. 3 times in a row. He was set to play last year, but due to personal reasons, the Vietnamese Grandmaster was unable to come. He was replaced by Vladimir Fedoseev, who won the event. So it's like, I don't know, it's a lucky draw or something. And now he's back, and he is currently only 4th place, shared 3rd, 4th place. He would love to do something. So what do we have here? This was the Catalan, right? Some sort of a Catalan.
It looks like a Catalan. When we have another bishop on g2. I mean, I would love to count, at some moment how many bishop on g2 we had throughout the event. I think it's like Catalan was pretty much dominating the whole event so far. We had a lot of them.
Domosh definitely also.
Yeah, every day.
Yeah, Domosh also played it against Black, with Black also several times. Like there was this game against Lavon Aronian. On the classical games, he typically would take the pawn on c4, try to hold on to it. Here it's probably impossible. Let's go back. The opening phase, d4, e6, c4. Dutch defense. No, it didn't happen.
Bishop b4.
Bishop d2, takes. It's a bit unusual way to play. I think typically Black plays first knight f6, then bishop b4. And he did it like this. Okay.
Okay. Now knight f6.
And g3.
Some knight e4. Watch out, but okay, you probably don't want to do it.
Maybe not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
But could be a thing.
Castle, bishop g2. And now d5, closing it.
And now we have some sort of a classical Catalan on the board. Yeah, you can take it, but I could probably recapture the pawn very quickly. Some queen b4 move. Take the pawn back. Maybe instead of queen b4, maybe some knight e5. Also looks reasonable. Black will play knight c6. We had this maneuver a couple of times in the previous games. So that's why Black didn't take it. He plays c6, kind of hinting at d6 on c4. And here Lemle immediately said, no, it's not going to happen. I'm going to play queen c2. I'm not going to give it away. Knight e7, show castle. So that's the position.
This is the current position. So we have white almost finishing development. The only question is where knight is going to go. But understandable for time being, Lim doesn't want to develop the knight on b1. Because you would love to place it on c3. But once you place it on c3, take on c4 is possible. So you always have to watch out. And for that reason, I mean, you don't want to develop the knight to d2 or a3. You really would love it on c3. But before that, you want black to commit to take on c4 or not to take. Because if you play knight c3, take is happening.
I think so, yeah. So first, of course, Black is to make them up.
Yes, of course. So yes, turn is right now.
Okay, some random h6. I'm not sure what it does. So you wanted to play knight c3?
I guess so, but then there is take on c4.
Yeah.
That's what I was explaining, that's why knight c3. You would love to have it, but because of the take on c4, you cannot do it. But there are many preparational moves which you do. But rather it's question for yes, what to do with the bishop on c8, how to develop it, where, what to do about it. And maybe starting some preparation for the, I don't know, is there some e5 break at some moment? I'm not sure.
I mean, yeah, like it could be. Maybe you can think about stuff like d6 on c4. I kind of don't like it, but there could be a possibility. And if you take it, you play something like queen e7, you play e5. Sure.
Then maybe you start with queen e7 or rook e8.
Yeah, I think it makes more sense. Yeah, that's why this queen e7 looks more reasonable. You replace the darks with bishop. It's gone. So that's why also your queen has more squares to go. You want to take it and play e5. And let's say white goes knight c3. Then I think you take it and you push e5. Looks pretty logical. And if you play knight e2, I think you play e5 anyway.
Yeah, just breaking the center. Opening up the bishop. This is what black needs.
Yeah, like this.
All the trades.
This. Some e4, f4, e5 ideas. Like it's very common for this pawn structure that white is playing at the pawn majority. At king set having a bit more pressure, but at least black solves the problem of the last with bishop.
But also, which could mean that for yes is a good choice to go for something like this, because if he going to the solid positions, he has likely more chance to get a draw out of this game. And one more time, if Yezer Dogmush gets a draw, he's going to be at the podium with a third place, which is of course very important for him. For Limle, it's a must-win situation. The problem is that Limle was not performing so well during the chess 960. He got the 6th place, so it means he has the worst tie breaks than anyone else.
Yeah, he had a bit slow start. Yeah, then he did get in the rhythm. He had a very powerful start of the classical section. The first 5 rounds, like he started with 2 victories. He caught up with the leader, Levon Aronian, and then this horrific blunder against Aydin Suleimanli, which happened in the 5th round with a white color. Very unusual to see this happen to Lim, but it happened. And yeah, it's been pretty much for him up and down tournament. So how do you continue here? I'm thinking queen e7 looks so logical. The other idea I can think of is maybe play b6 and bishop b7.
What about rook e8? So the point is again the same similar idea as the queen e7, just going for the e5, but queen can be located wherever you want.
Right. Yeah, this could happen also. I kind of like queen e7 more, but I could also see that rook e8 could happen. So visually, it feels like Ardomush is slightly worse. You see this Lasco bishop here is a bit stuck, not doing anything. But ultimately, I think that here black has no reason to complain, and he knows that this bishop is going to find his way to join the game.
The perfect start of the final day at the Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon is in the books. And now we are going to see what will happen past this opening stage. Dear viewers, we're taking our first break for today. Don't go anywhere because more action to follow. Who will win the Masters and Generations Challenge? Find out after the break. back, and the first result of the Biel Chess Festival final round is there. We have our champion of the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters. It's going to be Levon Aronian. Huge congratulations.
Yeah, so I think he found a pretty nice way to simplify things. This queen e4, queen d4, queen e4, and I don't think that Suleim Malik would have done anything to keep the game going. So I think that he definitely deserves some round of applause for the try, because he went for a gambit, he sacrificed a pawn, he tried to get things going, but it was the experience of Levon Aronian that just liquidated all of his attempts to have something sharper, and there was nothing he could have done. But a draw is the final result. Both players are right now discussing how the game could have finished. They're trying to recall some of the analysis they could have done. And it would be great, actually, to hear what they would say here in the studio.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to ask Levon to join us here. What a tournament, what a run it has been for Levon. Starting with chess 960 was not the best start that he had, but rapid. He completely dominated the fields that was necessary. He dominated the rapid, he dominated the blitz, and in the classical, he remained solid with a perfect draws streak. So it was 8 out of 8 draws, 5 in the first round robin, and then 3 draws in the final stage. That's why we love him, Levon Aronian, I mean, completely dominating with his experience and creativity. And Artur, as you're mentioning, of course, big round of applause also for Aydin Suleimanli for trying with the black pieces, you know, against the legend to go for it.
Should have played the Dutch.
Should have. We'll tell him. We'll tell him definitely when he's here.
I'll actually ask Levon, what would you have done if Aydin would have played the Dutch defense?
Or Benko. Or Benko.
I don't know.
Benoni.
Something.
Something crazy.
But it's official. Levon Aronian wins Biel Masters Triathlon of year 2026. Another amazing achievement for him. But we have more games to check. And Angelika, you said that we're looking at the positions during the break. That the position with Limle versus Jezar Domos. It's pretty peaceful. There's some d-takes on c4 and e5 stuff for black. But Václav Finek and Ton Shao, the top match of the Challengers tournament, is still wide open.
It is indeed, and let's go immediately there, because as we can see, and we were discussing it earlier, it looks very similar to Dutch defense position, because it looked like they were pawn on f5 at some moment, it was traded, and now the f-file is open. By the way, one of the last moves of black was knight e4, jumping, targeting the f2 square, and the bishop is on c5 attacking it. I love how Tong Shao is playing here. Of course, position is still around even. We can see evaluation bar is also around in the middle, but I have a feeling it's a big progress that Tong Shao has done from the start of the game, and it is a game for, I think, 3 results.
Yeah, at the moment, I don't even care what Tengen says. Yeah, it's somehow balanced, but black is very active here. Look at his pieces. The knight on e4, the knight on f5, the bishop c5, bishop e7, rook and f8. Everything is kind of going for some kind of an action. So here the question for black. How do you continue? Because the knight on e4 is hit. Do you take the bishop on d2 and aim for the bishop advantage? Or you play knight x on c3 to control the e4 square? Or you go completely cuckoo and play knight x on f2, give up 2 minor pieces for the rook and a pawn, and then try to play against the exposed white king.
Meanwhile, you also see the winner of the Grandmaster Triathlon is here, about to join us. But yeah, the game is definitely very, very interesting here, and as you're mentioning, all results are possible in the position.
All right, so Levon is going to join us here in a minute. So dear viewers, don't go anywhere. We're going to listen to what the winner of the Masters tournament has to say to us, right?
Yeah, let's go on a very short break. See you. We'll be back with Levon Aronian, the winner of the Grandmaster Triathlon. And we're back live from Biel, and we're so pleased to have with us the winner of the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters of the Biel Chess Festival, Grandmaster Levon Aronin. Hi Levon, amazing game. I mean, of course, short draw, but huge congratulations on the victory. Full domination in Blitz, rapid, and so solid in the classical. Share with us your emotion.
I'm very happy. You know, at this age, you get to learn to appreciate things and not take things for granted. And I don't take things for granted. And winning here, of course, makes me very happy. Especially that I was experimenting a lot, trying new openings. So that's always pleasant.
And also today's game, we saw that Aydin was trying quite to create something. Have you been expecting? We saw that you were out of the preparation. Maybe just shortly talking about today's
Well,
game.
I think this knight c6 move, I think I was one of the first guys who ever played knight c6, if not the first guy. So I know this line quite well. And yeah, I remember that after Queen...
Yeah, this one, yeah, knight c6 here.
Yes. No, I remember that after the c5 business, e5, takes, queen e5, queen d5, queen f6, queen d4. Yeah, I think queen g5 used to be a move, and queen g6. I mean, both of them are playable. Queen g6, since I'm more of a chicken, I don't like to be attacked. I was always thinking, no, queen g6 is not for me. And queen g5 is more solid, I think. Black is trying, to play with rook d8. More martial style, you give the pawn and you start playing.
Yeah.
So queen g6, no, I remember that this line is possible, but I also remembered that white in any moment can repeat the moves, and my goal was to have a perfect tournament, all draws in classical, so...
That was your goal, accomplished.
Yeah, you accomplished it. My question to Levon, what would you have done if you're not revealing any secrets if Black would have played a 5? We're kind of calling it out.
I've never considered that he's going to go all in.
No. Okay.
No. I thought he's going to play solid and be satisfied with a draw.
Okay.
I would have been if I was his age and I was playing somebody strong with Black. I would also probably stay solid.
Yeah, and here, this sequence that you played, queen d4, queen d4 is forced, or what you were discussing after the game?
Yeah, I was just thinking, how can Black continue the game, but I didn't see. Because if you put the king on h7, then rook g1 is just too much. No, I was mainly looking at some things like rook d8 here, maybe.
Have you considered some king of fate also that he might...
Queen
he might
d4,
step
king of
away,
fate.
step away from repetition, yeah.
Oh, no, actually, we didn't even consider that move. But it looks, it's possible, huh?
Yeah, we were just trying to look a little bit there after the queen h8 check. I think not here.
Not here, yeah?
After
Which line?
queen d4.
Yeah.
So instead of
king f8,
king
huh?
f8 here,
Here.
yeah, king h8.
Uh-huh.
Our producer Bic was suggesting this line.
Takes on h6 and just bishop e6, yeah? Wow.
Yeah, and then trying to trap the queen.
Queen f6.
Yeah.
What?
No, wait, queen f6, rook f3.
Rook f3.
Ah, rook h8.
Oh, it continues.
Wow.
Yeah, but I mean, in any case, queen f6 is not so scary. I can play h4 if I want to.
Yeah, some h4, queen g5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I didn't consider this. Looks very funky. I like it.
What did you discuss after the game? So what was it? What does Aydin told you?
No, we were more or less discussing, I mean, this whole position. I was just remembering that this was considered to be risky back in the day, this stuff. And he told me some forced lines, how Black can draw.
But of course, he needed a win. And Levon, please share with us your experience here. You already once were the broadcast with Artur sharing how it all went for you. But it's quite a long tournament. You had 2 weeks. You have all the kind of
Yes.
all kind of formats, classical, blitz, rapid. You started with chess 960. The start was also not so well for you, and you knew that tie breaks would not be so great. But please share with us how it all went.
Well, it's all a scam, you know. They tell you, oh, this chess 960 doesn't really matter so much. It's no points, and then you realize that actually quite often it leads to having extra blacks. So I basically played 5 games with black and 3 games with white.
Yeah. At the final stage, you also had the two
That's
in
what
a
I
row.
mean. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
The
altogether.
5 classical games with black, of course, and so therefore, all draws is actually a good result.
Right.
So, not that it is a bad result if you have 5 whites and 3 blacks, but it's better result taking into account all the blacks. Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, I also wanted to ask you this question because yesterday you were playing and you had this T-shirt, and we're zooming in the camera. We're trying to have a look what it is. It was some kind of statue with hands extended. What was it? Maybe you can share some.
That's actually a famous monument in Armenia. I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's in Shirak province, so on the border with Turkey. But yeah, I don't remember where I've seen it, but yeah, it's a famous monument.
And about your T-shirt today, you have some also painting. Because first we saw you, we saw your like first half. It was like normal T-shirt. We're like,
Yes.
well, what happened, you know, to Levon? Because usually you're surprising with your fashionable choice. But then we see that there is a big painting. What
It's
is
a canvas, you see?
Ah.
Well, yes.
Ooh.
It looks like something of impressionists,
Yeah.
of French impressionists. So I think Annie got it for me. I don't remember where is it from, but I like it.
Looks very nice. Yeah.
Question about challenges tournaments. So there's also this final game going, which we have right now on the screen. Václav Finek against Shao. Maybe you can give some first impressions. What's without going very deep analysis, what's happening there, and what do you think? How it's going to finish?
Well, if you think about it, this is kind of a dream Nimzo Indian for black. He managed to put the knight on e4, and but a dream Nimzo Indian means black equalized most of the time, because white is always better, because he starts playing first. Some deep knowledge for
Yeah,
all
so
of us.
dream scenario for Tong Shao definitely here. And you know, I have a final 2 questions because now, as a winner of the Masters, if you remember, before the whole tournament started, I asked you one very important question. As a winner, you're getting a watch from Orange. And want to ask one more time for the broadcast, what's your choices going to be for those 3 watches? If you still remember, there is like one watch is a white one, the other one is black, and the other one was a pink fusion. I think you picked that one.
Pink, so I can gift it to my wife, who wears watches and I don't.
And maybe sometimes you're not even allowed, right? to come.
Yeah, most of the time, yeah.
Oh, very cute. And final question, because you know, we have a tradition, whenever you're a winner of the Masters tournament, you're always coming next year. Next year is also going to be very special, 60th anniversary for Biel Chess Festival. Can we expect you come back to defend your title?
Well, you know, since I told you I don't take things for granted, I don't know what I'll be doing next year, but I hope I'll be in good health, and I hope I'll be back here, yes, to defend my title.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
And I like anniversaries, you know?
Yes.
It's very nice. 60th.
All right.
Always special occasion. Thank you so much, Levon, for
you very
taking your
much.
time. Thank you so much for showing us great games and this is a big domination. Congratulations one more time on the victory, and wish you best of luck in your career. And
Thank
see
you.
you next year.
Thank you, Levon.
Hopefully. See you.
And now, dear viewers, let's pull up the board, which is happening right now. It's a game of Václav Finek against Shao Tong. Arturs, what do you see in the position?
Yeah, so this is the current position. As Levon said, it's some sort of a dream position for black. Some Nimzo position, beautiful pieces here. The knight on e4, knight on e5, the bishop on c5. But after white's last move, queen c2, black is here thinking how to continue because, as Levon, of course, correctly said, white is always up an extra move. Not so easy to prove any real chance for black that he can get the game going. And I don't know, Angelica, to be honest. I'm thinking about this, like, what's the choice here? Do you take the bishop on d2? Or do you take the knight on c3? Like I kind of joked with the opportunity to take twice on f2, but to be honest, I don't really see any follow-up. And okay, black equalized, but now what?
And that's a big question because in this position I can see the bishop on c5, bishop on b7. There are two bishop which are basically like razors, X-raying the positions of white. So I have a feeling it would be great to have a bishop pair advantage for black.
Okay, we can try, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's try to take the bishop.
Boom. Takes. I think that white would love to get off the board as many pieces as he can. No? Oh. Oh. Blunder alert. What am I missing?
What's happening?
What am I missing? Is it?
And knight e3?
No, it's not. I thought it actually takes on knight e3. Just a second.
Yeah.
No, but it's not like that. Just a second. I'm a bit confused. Or is it a different move order? Takes, and now you take it.
Bishop t3.
Ah, like this.
And now knight e3 is coming on with winning of the queen.
Yeah, rook f2 is a fork. And king f2 is a discovered check. So you can't do this. Knight x on d2, knight x on d2 cannot be done. You would have to take with the queen. And I'm pretty sure he sees this. Like, Tonshaw definitely sees this.
He does.
But how do you continue from here? Some quiet move like queen f6, rook e8. White maybe is going to play. Actually, what is he going to play? Like, what's the next move? It's not so easy for white also to find the next move. For example, I'm going to play some move like, let's say queen e7. What do you do? Now knight e5? Maybe. Put the knight on d3.
It looks very, very possible, definitely.
Yeah, that is a possibility. So knight x on d2 is a thing. Then also, what about knight x on c3? Let's try to do this one. Bishop takes on c3.
But now somehow when this bishop is standing there on c3, I feel a little bit more.
Doesn't feel right.
It doesn't feel. It felt more comfortable when the bishop was off the board. And
okay. What about the crazy idea?
sacrifice.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of a sacrifice. Like just give up a couple of pieces. And I wanted to somehow expose the king, some e5.
And we have a move on the board. He didn't take. He played knight f to d6. So he wants to take on d2 and then he plays knight e4? Or is the idea just simply take a pawn on c4?
I love it. I mean, he keeps more tension
Okay.
on the board. Like, Engine, of course, as usual, disagrees, but I think it's a great choice, given the circumstances. Keep a bit more tension on the board.
I feel the pressure which Václav is right now having, because look at him. He's not feeling very comfortable now.
Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like, he still has plenty of time. The opening perhaps didn't go the way he was hoping it's going to go. It's not like, for example, like this game of Aronian against Suleimanli. I think it was really nice display of how you make a draw from the position of strength. You never risk things, you just secure your draw. And it's also, I think, a very good quality for very good players. Whoever said this to me, I already forgot, that you should always know how to draw with white when you want. Like pretty much any opening you're playing is at e4, d4, knight f3. Like you should have like a forced way. Like if you don't want to play today, you always find a way to get out. Like it's quite a professional thing because quite often you are in these situations when you are very happy with a draw. But here it does feel that Václav quite didn't get there. I mean, his position is healthy, but it does feel like a three-result game.
Artus, what is your opening that you're playing if you have to go for a draw?
For a draw?
I mean, that's you're
with
saying
white.
now must.
Oh, 4 knights.
4 knights.
4 knights. I think we actually saw this choice by Gukesh in the last round of the Chennai Super Tournament. He played against Hans Niemann. Like, I think it was a great choice because, again, you're not doing well and you just want the tournament to finish, then why don't I play the 4 knights? And I also, by the way, did this myself in a recent tournament. So you just sometimes want to kill off the game. And yeah, I understand also the chess fans. They always want to have some action, some decisive games, crazy drama, whatever. But for the players, yeah, they might not feel like that.
And
in
what
that particular
about
moment.
the d4 openings? Because as we know, Václav plays d4, so he cannot go for 4 knights, unfortunately. Do we have any suggestion?
Well, you should tell me, because I'm not really a big d4 player. You're the one who wrote the
I'm
course.
playing d4 because it's always fighting, at least always trying to be fighting. There is no Petrov, there is no Berlin endgame, there is, what else is there not? Well, of course,
Italian game?
Yeah, Italian game, yeah. But I think if Carissa would be here, she would already trash talk me for the d4. But yes, I'm telling, I really love many of continuation, and there's always something special with the d4. So I think it's also the problem now for Václav that he cannot really go for any kind of solid continuation, which implies that he will have a draw. And for that reason, Tong Xiao has these big chances right now, putting enormous pressure on the f file. And now you have to calculate all these lines. I mean, suddenly, of course, now knight e3 is not coming there because knight stepped away from f5. So no longer this knight d2, knight takes on d2 is happening. But now you have to watch out for the sacrifices on f2 with a rook or with a bishop.
That's my idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
yours.
So okay, let's imagine this. We're playing with white. You are Václav Finek. You're having this position. You're thinking, like, my position is healthy. What do I do? The first move, I'm thinking, the first move, which doesn't spoil anything. How about I play b3? Can I do this? It's a good move. Protects the pawn. Doesn't really release the tension. You take on f2, fine. Like, I think again it's going to be the same. The capture here. You very briefly check. Am I missing some e5, e5, e4? I don't think so. King g1, e4, knight e4, kind of forcing line. Look there for a moment, maybe queen f6, bishop e3, something. And you realize, no, I'm good. So I wouldn't be super concerned about knight f2, but I wouldn't want also to miss it. And if you take on d2, now I play knight e2. Get more pieces off the board, and then even more pieces off the board.
Yeah, but now suddenly queen g5 is somewhere very close.
And knight e4, knight f3, or something like queen g6, some queen d3. You know, it's very easy to play solid. Like when you are the one who has to try to create things, like we saw Soleimani, you try to do something, but yeah, there's nothing to be done, because that's the strength of playing with the white color. You're calling the shots.
Yes, and that's how we saw that Lewon winning the whole tournament now. Okay, Tong Xiao is trying. As you're mentioning, Arthur, he is trying his best now, remaneuvering the pieces, trying to keep the position complicated. And now big question, how to defend the pawn on c4. As you're mentioning, okay, b3 is a move. Is there anything else that you can play? Knight e4, you are blundering the pawn? Or
No, why I'm blundering? I don't think so.
knight e4?
I think it's also a move. Knight e4, maybe bishop e4 is a move, and you could play something like queen c1, b3, bishop e3. Like, I don't think I'm having any issues here, really. So here Václav probably is feeling kind of comfortable, but again, like we don't know what's in his mind right now, because he's still very young, super talented, super strong already at his age, and it might be all about the nerves, because when I was his age, if I would be at this situation, I would be super nervous.
And dear viewers, Václav Finek has already won the Challengers tournament this year at the Prague Chess Festival. It was the end of February, beginning of March. So he already knows how to win these events. Super strong and rising talent from Czech Republic. Huge chances right now to win the Biel Chess Festival Generations Challenge, now that only draw is needed for him. So yeah, very, very much enjoying his chess. Also pretty fighting chess that we've seen so far. Okay, the last few games were solid, as also in the master section, but I I think whenever he has some chances to push for the win, he's going to do third.
Yeah.
But Artus, one more game is still happening.
Yeah, let's go to that game. I think here b3 or queen c or knight e4 is going to happen. No issues for white, but again, black is having a great position. Let's go to Limle versus Ardomush.
So we have one more game in the Masters Grandmaster Triathlon being played right now. And this game is a match ultimately for the third place, for the place at the podium.
Now that I'm thinking, because Suleiman only drew, right? He was only 1.5 points.
Yes, he has 25.5 points right now.
And they are gonna, if they're gonna win, they're overtaking him. Yeah. So then it's 26.5. So it's actually fight for second place.
Ooh.
If they win. Yeah, they're getting a bit more points, more prize money. So this is also good news for whoever is going to try to win this game. Maybe Limle with the white collar pressing a bit. If he wins, then he gets a bit more. And let's have a look at the prize fund. Here you see once again. So Levon already he is taking the top prize, 10,000 Swiss francs, which is pretty amazing for only 2 weeks of playing chess, pushing wood.
Enjoying Switzerland, enjoying the Biel's lake. Very nice here, enjoying all the restaurants that we have very close to the playing hall. And now there is a fight for second, third, and fourth place. Of course, Aydin cannot do anything. Now he has 25.5 points. But with 22.5 points, Limle and also Yezer Dogmush right now. So one more time, if Liam wins, or any of them wins, they're getting second place. And then Aydin will have third place, and the last one will get fourth place. If it's a draw, then Aydin will still remain second, and it will be Yes who is third one. Liam will get fourth.
Quite a big difference, yeah, there between the prizes.
And in the prizes there is a difference, definitely. So
yeah,
you
7.5, 5, 3, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a lot to fight for.
For just one game, it makes perfect sense to give it a try, and that's why they're here. And also, of course, the tournament regulations, they prohibit the players to make quick draws. You have to play it until move 40, with the only exception if there's a truffled repetition, which, I mean, happened the game of Rodian against Suleimanli. But here we have this position. B4 was played by the Vietnamese Grandmaster, trying to slow down Black's idea to play C5. By the way, Black did play B6 and Bishop B7. That's a move we kind of discussed before. One of the potential ideas for Black. And White is trying to slow down C5 at all costs.
Yeah, and Liam is also grabbing space on the queen side right now, so feeling also ambitious. And by the way, look at the time situation. For Yes, it's 1 hour, and for Liam, it's 1 hour 45 minutes. We might think he's still somewhere in the books. Probably, I mean, maybe he's already off the exact concrete variation that he knows, but he's playing very quickly, and we might see the time trouble of Yezer Dogmush. We see it every round when we reach the move 40, and well, now it's only move 11, and he has 1 hour left.
Yes, is the modern Grishuk. It was also spending a lot of time in the opening phase. I still remember. I think is Alexander Grishuk playing still these days? I don't follow, but I remember if there was somebody at the elite level who was spending a lot of time, it was him. Yeah, in the opening phase, trying to research all of those nuances, details, and everything, always in a time scramble. So Ardomush is playing in a similar style. So what is he gonna do? Can he play C5?
Yeah, fully agree with you. So now the big question, in the position before, if you play C5, what will happen? Will you take?
I could try to win a pawn, by the way. Like, it's just the first idea that comes to my mind.
Probably BC, or okay, you can try DC.
BC or DC?
I wanted BC so that there are no longer pawn hanging on B4.
Okay, fine.
And now taking on D5.
Yes.
Because now D4 is defended if you take it. And
like
now
this.
we take the pawn on C5.
And just like this. Just keep the pawn.
Queen is 7.
Rook C1. What's mine is mine.
You're not giving it up.
No. I'm following your advice, actually. You're the one.
Materialistic
You're
advice.
the pawn grabber.
Knight B4?
What? Knight
Knight
B4?
B4.
Queen D2.
Okay, probably it's already a bit too much, but...
It feels that you're not going to get back this pawn. Some Knight A6,
No.
some Queen D6 stuff. Yeah. So
Okay, so you have to be pretty careful.
not immediately C5. Yeah, it's like one of the ideas. I mean, it's pretty common for Black to sacrifice this pawn and in the short term gain it back. But if you're not sure, you don't do this. Actually, I was more like thinking D takes on c5. There's another idea I wanted to show you. Like, I think it makes perfect sense to win the pawn, but sometimes white plays D takes on c5 and plays b5 for a pawn majority at a queen side. Also allowing black to be ambitious in the center, of course.
Yeah.
There's this
But
thing.
then there is no pressure on the c5 as you're mentioning. Then black can be ambitious in the center.
No,
but
but I
okay,
like your idea to win a pawn, yeah?
Yeah, just to win a pawn.
Just to win a pawn.
The pawn is a pawn, but what if black is preparing c5? Yeah, playing something like queen e7. First of all, also targeting the pawn on b4. So what do you do as white?
Yeah, this is actually a very good question because is he gonna play c5?
Well, but then you suddenly allow all the opportunities for black to go the e5. There is a green light at some moment. I mean, I'm not sure if exactly this position, but e5 already is possible because there is no pressure on d5 any longer. Or maybe if you first take on c5 and then play b5.
It could be. Yeah, it's a very thematic idea. The bishop is gonna go to a6, also attacking the pawn on e2. And I think that white tries to imprison this bishop somehow, not only slowing down c5 but also playing c5 himself. But you're totally correct that e5 is a thing.
But something computer doesn't like, and I'm wondering if after take on c5, pawn takes e5, is there queen b2 attacking the bishop, attacking the pawn on e5? Double attack? No.
I don't
not
know.
really, yeah.
Like you also have some issues here. D takes, knight g4.
Yeah, pieces pawns are hanging.
Not so clear. Yeah, I mean, according to an engine, everything's better for white, but I don't know. Like this queen e7, maybe white can now play queen b2. I like this move because you slow down c5, the bishop is going to be under attack. I slow down e5, and then I kind of want to play like a3, a4, rook fc1, and play the queen side.
Yeah, I love queen b2 because now you're also kind of provoking black to take on c4, and then you want to either take with a knight or push e4 yourself. So those are ideas that you're having in the position.
Well,
And yes, it's taking time. So what else could we think of for black? So c5, we saw that's a bit risky, giving up a pawn. Queen e7, preparing some pushes.
a5 maybe?
a5.
Some sort of an a5, I don't know when or how. I like queen e7, so maybe this is an alternative. a5, a3, queen e7, queen b2. I'm not sure what it really changes. Some sort of takes, maybe try to get to the pawn.
Try to win the pawn.
Yeah, I kind of don't believe it myself, but I mean, it's a weakness potentially.
It is. I mean, there are so many tries in the position. Yes, it's taking so much time. Meanwhile, we have an answer to our question that we were asking in the remaining game, in the only game of Generations Challenge. Václav Finek against Tong Xiao.
And what is the answer?
The answer, Václav takes the knight on e4, and black is recapturing and pushing a5.
Okay.
Ah.
Yeah, it stops b4 because white was already here in this position. White is threatening to play b4, trap the bishop.
You shouldn't allow it.
Yeah, so a5 makes sense. You probe your pawn structure here. But yeah, white has no issues. I think even knight e5 here looks super safe. Knight e5, put the knight on d3, force some trades. Again, maybe black doesn't have to take. Maybe? Oh wait,
We
maybe
have
I
a
can.
move. b3 was played.
Oh, okay. b3, yeah.
So for some reason, defending the pawn. Ah, maybe what he wants to do, I'm not sure, but b3, I think that maybe he wants to play a3, b4. Because if you play a3 immediately, you will be stopped by a4. So maybe we can highlight it. So a3 is going to be faced by b4, a4, and then b4 is not possible because of the en passant. So
I mean,
maybe he's getting just this flexible pawn structure.
yeah, I don't think it doesn't rule it out. But a3, b4 would signal some ambition. I think so, and I don't.
You
think
don't see there.
No, I don't think he's ambitious here.
We have another suggestion also, bishop c3 to be played
Bishop
by
c3. I think I could be wrong. I think the idea is to play bishop e3. Like I'm thinking once again. Like it's my perspective. I could be wrong. I'm thinking. I'm playing with white. Draw is good. I try not to play passive. So what I do, I play as safe as possible, and trade as many pieces as I can. Right. So a3 b4. It's a nice move.
It's ambitious.
It's ambitious.
It's what I want. It's what I want.
Bishop c3.
This is my prediction.
Yes, but no, I think it's going to be bishop e3. Trade this bishop,
Yeah.
trade the bishop, trade the knights.
Yeah, it makes
And
sense
just-
because of the pawn on c4, so it's not hanging.
Yeah, I think we have to show this, yeah?
Yeah. So in case of in this position, white would play bishop e3. The problem is that the pawn on c4 is hanging, although computer says it's all okay.
Like, you would have to calculate these lines.
But now queen d4 somewhere.
Yeah, d5. It's just unnecessary
Aha.
complication. Yeah, why would you do that when you need to be solid? That's why I think that the move b3, it doesn't spoil anything. It's a nice move. I mean, I suggested it before. I think
Sorry. Can
Yes?
we return back to that variation? Because I think there is another move which is safe, because I just wanted to...
e takes f3.
No, bishop takes, knight c4,
Yeah,
and here queen e4.
yeah. It's probably a
Maybe.
move.
Ah, no.
92.
Oh, no.
Queen a8.
No, because for some reason computer says it's holding. Yeah, I understand. It's
I'm
not
no
working.
computer. I just see what I see.
Yeah, I know, but in this position, instead of queen d4 and queen e4, there should be something. Apparently. Trying to figure out what.
I don't
Is
see
it-
because I see d5 is incoming. Okay, I can check the engine. Queen c3. Okay, I'm not sure that even makes remotely sense. Black plays d5 and black is better.
Yeah, doesn't really make difference with queen d4. Okay, let's return back. So we don't want to allow this as white, and that's why b3 is played.
Yeah, I mean, this is how I would play
So,
also.
so now for Shao is a question. He has to be ready for the bishop e3. Does it mean that he has to come back with a knight on f5 to stop bishop e3, or it feels already like losing of a time in this position? How to stop this idea, or how to create maybe from Tong's perspective something against white?
I think that one thing is very clear. You can't avoid trades. Like, no matter what you're going to do. Like, you said 95 or walk away. I have a feeling that no matter what black does, white's going to find a way to trade pieces. Yeah, like, let's say here, 95, I'm going to play 95. You can't avoid it. So, trade. I'm going to put the knight on d3. I'm going to play bishop c3. I'm going to play e4. More trades that are going to happen. So, what I'm thinking, I think it's a good strategy for any player who is playing for the win. You know that your opponent wants to trade, right? So what do? I'm going to sell you bad trades. That's what I want to do. So I'm thinking, how can I sell you a bad trade? Like a small concession. And that's what I'm thinking. So maybe I'm going to allow you to play bishop e3, bishop c5. I'm going to play b takes on c5. And maybe I can try to get a position where, let's say, I have a knight against the bishop. Because the knight is a very tricky piece in the endgame. For example, I will be thinking, like, let's say I play here. You play bishop e3. I need to make some random move. I have no idea what it is. Let's say a4. You take on c5. And, okay, I'm failing because there's already knight e5. But my point was, I wanted to get a position like this. Something like this. Where I have a knight, you have the bishop, and I can try to outmaneuver you, like knight f5, knight e4, etc., etc., etc. It's sort of equal, but not quite. I think this is the best shot for Tonchao.
We have, by the way, a suggestion, queen c8, queen b7 from our producer Bik, which was coming to us even before the move was played. So Dong Shao is playing queen c8, hinting on queen b7 now, trying to be active on this diagonal. What do you think about this idea, Arturs?
It's a move. I didn't consider it, but we can check. Queen b7, yeah? And what if
So
I trade the pieces?
Yeah, so now the question is, yeah, what will happen if you trade the pieces? So now probably queen b7, you don't react.
Let's say white commits,
Take.
and white makes more trades. There could be something here.
Have to watch out for all kind of things.
I think the black is pretty flexible here with ideas. And also white should be a bit careful to be too passive. I like it. Yeah, it's a nice idea. The
And-
queen has no business at king's side anyway, so you're going to play here on the queen side. Queen b7, a4.
And what if white is going for the exchange of the bishop on g2, let's say knight e5, so it's another exchange.
Yeah.
Can black maybe...
Ah, there's something under attack here.
Yeah.
Oh wait, but maybe I can still do this. Go for some complications. Take here. d6 here. I think that he has to let white to take on c5. Like I'm thinking like you take on e3, you have no chances to win this. Like white's going to be too solid. You have to allow white to take on c5. So it could be something like this. Let's say black plays e5. Okay, white is not obliged to take it, but let's say he does and get this position. If he gets something like this, that's the best he can do. So that he plays a4, plays for the pawn minority, gets this weakness on b3, create more pawn islands. Ultimately, maybe also, how do you get there? Like get the knight to 5, knight e4, some unbalanced pawn structure.
Yeah, that could be one of the plans and best ideas for Chinese grandmaster in this game. Still trying to push for the win. So one more time, dear viewers, for black, this is a must-win situation to win the Generations Challenge tournament. Tong Xiao will have to win this game, but in order to do so, I mean, like, in the classical, it's so tough, especially, Arthurs, you were telling their statistics. They have played all draws in all of the games, in the Blitz, in the Rapid, in the Chess 960, in the classical. They have all draws so far between each other. It's going to be definitely a tendency for a draw in this game, by the way, which you also predicted. But still, we cannot rule out that black can become and try to be more and more ambitious.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Václav is very happy the way he played it out. Because the game is going, you know what's the biggest problem? You don't want to be passive. You want to play your game. You're aware that playing for a draw, it's not a great idea. You know that. Everybody knows that. Mm-hmm. So you want to have a plan, but what is your plan? So what do you do? How do you find a plan? So let's maybe have a look at this position and try to imagine ourselves. Okay, let's say what Václav is not playing for the draw and he's playing for the win, or like he's trying to be ambitious. How do you do it? Where's your plan? Are you playing at the king side?
That's a good question. Because and now queen g5, checkmate.
Queen g5.
Let's go. Let's do it. Okay, probably some rook f7. Yeah, now it's black who is ambitious here. It's too much pressure. No, I mean, I don't have a feeling that he will go for this ambitious approach. But what if?
I was thinking like h4, h5, h6 maybe. With an idea, if you go here, I go here, and then I play some knight h4. Look at this, how badly I play. There's probably some big issues suddenly.
Oopsie.
Yeah, not the way to play. Now, I think that I want to get rid of this bishop somehow. Like,
Yeah,
maybe
knight, knight
trade.
somewhere.
Yeah, knight on d3. I think that's what I would love to do. Knight e5, knight e3. Put the knight on d3. Remove the king. e4, f4, whatever. Play like this. Black's gonna go here. Probably. Or maybe actually black could first take. Oh, wait. Is there some knight e4?
But now maybe white isn't time to play knight d3 or bishop e3.
Yeah, bishop e3 is also a move. and then put the knight on d3, play king g1, build a brick wall,
Yeah.
say come and get me.
Berlin Wall.
Yeah, but it's not a plan. Like, you're defending. I don't like that. But I don't see any active plan for white. Maybe I'm just not focused enough.
Maybe what right now Václav is thinking, which bishop to trade. Because I have a feeling if it would be just one of the moves, like either knight e5 or bishop e3, we would see Václav playing the move very quickly. But probably what he's trying to figure out is which bishop he wants to trade first, which bishop he wants to trade next. And I have a feeling he does want to get rid ultimately at both of them, because bishop on c5 is very annoying because of the f2 problem, but at the same time bishop is on e4 is also pretty annoying. I would really love for white to get rid of both of them.
Maybe
possible.
let's go for your a3. That was your idea.
Yeah,
I kind of forgot about it. a3, b4.
let's try. So queen b7, there will be b4.
There's going to be b4. Well, I mean, I could still try this, by the way. Queen b7, b4, takes, and bishop d4.
Yeah, the bishop on g2 is a problem. And now if you play...
Rook a1, threat, by the way.
Ooh,
So
yeah, that's another actually problem of white's position. There is not a rook on the queen side right now. Both rooks are on the f and e file, very passive. No, I think Václav desperately needs to trade.
no, I mean, a3, b4 doesn't feel right. I like that it's active move, but as you said, there's no rook at the queen side. And black is about to play queen b7 anyway. And then you see you just don't like b4 because takes, bishop d4. I think you just have to trade those pieces. You have to accept that the opening has not been a success. And, you know, I have done this myself. I'm being in this situation, like one of the most painful examples I had. I think this was an open tournament. Yeah, in Fagernes. So in Norway, there's this amazing open tournament. They organize, I think, twice a year, Fagernes Open. There's the Easter tournament. There's the...
I wanted to play it once.
You wanted? Yeah? So you know what I'm talking about. It's a great tournament, great food, like in Norway. And
Norwegian salmon.
Who?
Norwegian salmon.
Yes, the
fish.
salmon, exactly. Yeah, they eat it 3 times a day. And I went there. I was leading the tournament, like 6 points out of 8. Final round, I'm ahead by half a point, I think. And I'm playing with in the final round with white color against Urkedal, this Norwegian grandmaster. And I play with white. I start to play passive. I kind of play for a draw. He was like playing ambitiously, and I lost the plot at some point. I lost the game. And like that's one of the most haunting examples to me, like this tournament. So yeah, you kind of know that you could play for the draw, and yes, sometimes you do it. And even very expensive players, sometimes they do it. So that's why it's not so easy. Like for example, we're following today Aronian. He kind of played for a draw and didn't play for the draw at the same time. But he does make it look so effortlessly. It's a huge skill. It's not so easy to replicate this.
Arturs, you're fully right, and I think in this game what we have Václav Finek against Tong Xiao. For Václav, there will be some questions to answer. He cannot just play for a draw, as you're mentioning, because it's going to be too passive. But while he's taking his time, will he trade the bishop or will he play something else? Let's go on a break, because there we will find out who is going to win the Generations Challenge tournament and who will be in the podium of the Masters, Limle or yes, Dogmush, where all the answers will be answered in a few minutes when we return after the break. And we're back live from Biel in the heart of Switzerland. We're here at the Congress Hall where the 59th International Biel Chess Festival is taking place, the biggest Swiss festival in the chess calendar, and the perfect time to be in the hot summer. As you see, there are so many events we're playing at the same time. Over 15 events, tournaments. We have also the simultaneous exhibitions. We have the youth tournaments. We have Masters Open Tournament, Amateurs Open Tournament, you name it. And we, of course, focus on the top events where the top grandmasters are participating, the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters and Generations Challenge. And it's final day, Artus, of basically the festival and also the Grandmaster Triathlon. There's still going to be the games tomorrow, the Wix tournament. Our producer, by the way, is participating there, so it will be his final game there. Wish him best of luck. And also the Total Chess Open tournament. But for the MTO, ATO, and as well as the Grandmaster Triathlon, it's the final day. Arthurs, are you more sad or are you happy?
Everything at the
Everything
same time.
together.
Like, yes, like, sometimes actually it feels like Biel has become your second home, because we've been doing the commentary for what, 6 years already here together? Like, it started back in 2021, I think. Yeah, you were here on site. I was doing the commentary from my home. I would tune in to the commentary 2 hours in the round, doing the stream on my Twitch channel. And then in 22 we came here. 2023 repeated the stuff. Then in 2024 we got a major upgrade in our production because our amazing producer Bic joined us. Yes, he's happily screaming there in the background somewhere. So yeah, and ever since we've had this team that keeps expanding. Also this year we have a larger media team, and then we have the amazing Tatiana who is sitting there at the desk. We have the tournament director, Paul, the president, Peter, like every single one of the person who is helping the festival to accomplish. Like it feels like it's something special.
It's second family, for sure. Second home, second family. Yeah, I remember the times when in 2021 you were doing the commentary online, and I remember we were in the call. Do you still remember it? Because I was doing interviews with the players here on site, which you were joining live here. And then we were like, oh, at which moment are you ready, Angelica? Are you ready to ask this question? There in the opening, he did this, you should ask this. And okay, while the interview was going, you were sometimes asking me, like, please ask this question. Why did he play that? And yeah, it was amazing. By the way, 2021 was the year where Vaishali was playing here. She got her final international master norm. Also, Prague was playing here. Also, Gukesh was playing here in the Masters Open tournament in 2021. I also did one of the interviews with him. He was back then very shy, very, very, very shy. A few words. Now he's a world champion. So many things have evolved over the years, and next year, 60th anniversary.
Yeah, it's quite a milestone when you think about that. Yeah, so time flies when having fun. And that's why, yeah, it also does feel a bit sad that the event is finishing. But yeah, next year there's going to be the 60th anniversary, and I'll do my best to be back here once again for this special occasion. I also hope, Angelica, that you're going to be here with us, of course, Bic, and everybody else. But all right, let's go back to the action, yeah? And see if we have missed something. But Angelica, correct me if I'm wrong. The first thing I'm seeing here looking at this position, I'm not looking at the position, but I'm looking at the clock. Is this correct?
29 minutes for yes.
It's like 1 hour and 15-minute advantage for the Vietnamese Grandmaster.
And I see that he's not even sitting at the board. He's just walking around, because for him, probably he already thought about everything what can happen. But yes, he's still thinking. He kind of has this habit throughout the whole Biel Chess Festival to get into the incredible time trouble and play out all of it in the last seconds. But dear viewers, we don't have an increment till the move 40. So the 29 minutes, which Yes has right now, by the way, it is moved now around 12:13. So he has to play still more 28 moves. So it means that he will not get any 30 seconds. The increment is coming only after move 41.
Yeah, there's a lot of moves to be played, but this is super slow. Yeah, move 12 and 28 minutes. Somebody wake up, Erdomus. So he's taking his time here. Maybe question to you, Angelica. What's your most extreme difference on the clock you've ever had in a tournament game?
Oh, that's a good question. What I immediately remember is that I spent on one move 45 minutes. So it was at that moment I was playing the time control 90 minutes plus 30 minutes after 40th move plus 30 seconds. So it was half of the time.
And what were you thinking about?
I can tell you, I even remember. So I played out the opening like very quickly. So I didn't spend a single moment in the opening. I was playing white against King's Indian. I knew my stuff. I played this h3 bishop e3 line. And we go to the position, which happens for me very often. And my opponent always was spending time. So it means throughout the, I don't know how many first 12 moves, let's say, my opponent spent around 40 minutes of time. So I was up on the clock with the 40 minutes. And then I found some combination. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I have this beautiful combination, but I'm not sure. And I had to invest all my time. I mean, not all my time, but half of my time. And I thought, okay, since my opponent already is down on the clock for 40 moves, so I am entitled to also spend all this time if I think it's winning. So in that way, when I finished thinking, I think I was I had 5 minutes less on the clock than my opponent, and I executed the move. But about the question, like what was the major time difference, I think it's always when I'm, losing the games, I try to spend as much time as I can. So sometimes my opponent could have like 1 hour more, I think, on the clock.
Wow.
But always when I'm losing, because I'm trying to find, every resource possible to hold to my position. Sometimes it's not helping.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Wow.
like Rishuk.
Okay, like I used to have this trick that I always try to have more time on the clock, which was like if you have like extra 20 minutes on the clock, you feel a bit more confident. But yeah, all of us were different. By the way, the current position, d takes on c4 was played by the Turkish player. I think he's going for this position where he tries to apply some pressure against the pawn on b5. We talked about this.
We were discussing it, yes, for sure.
Like takes, and knight e5. Or queen e7 first.
Queen e7.
Here and something like this.
Yeah, and then at some moment you have to watch out. Black can still go for c5 at some moment, but okay, there is bishop on b7 hanging, so you have to watch out. But
first I want to eat a pawn. Yeah, so c5 maybe, but
maybe you have to trade on a file and then play rook b1, because if you play rook b1, rook a1 will be played.
And what about rook a4?
Oi, oi, oi.
Exactly. Yeah, so that could be.
Okay, so does it force then white to play b5 in the previous position? So if we look
Here, yeah?
not taking on a8, yeah, to play b5.
Yeah, but then you're opening up the bishop, and you're also creating the outside pass pawn, like takes. Watch out for knight c3. Watch out for this b pawn rolling forward.
We have knight c4, by the way, on the board. We might be heading to this position. Knight c4 is here. So one more time, take on b4, queen a7, it's all pretty much forced.
Unless you include knight e6.
Knight
I agree about
e6.
takes on b4, but this is also a move.
Here maybe some even b3 is possible, but maybe not. Maybe it doesn't bring much.
I don't know. Like it's also a move. Like I don't know. Knight e6 is an opportunity, but we do see the engine. It kind of likes white. But at least we understand what Ardomash is thinking about here. Maybe he was not really thinking about chess, because, like, if I would have to recall some of my own experiences about spending a lot of time, I think most of the time this is like blank space. Like, I'm not really thinking about anything, because this typically happens on Sunday mornings, like when I'm playing in some league matches, let's say in Bundesliga, and I'm playing a Sunday morning game at 10 a.m., well, I can reveal a small secret. Like, my only task is to survive until 12, really. But this is not a morning game here. Like, they started to play at 2 p.m.
It's afternoon game, yeah. But let's not forget, it's already 2 weeks. 2 weeks of chess. 2 weeks of chess 960, rapid, blitz. We had classical first round robin with 6 players. Now we have round robin with 4 players. And we have a take on b4 on the board finally. Yes is going for it with 25 minutes on the clock. It's move 13, by the way, dear viewers. On the top left, you can see the move counter as well as the time which is spent. So it means 27 more moves have to be played. And yes, has 25 minutes on the clock. So it means he has less than a minute on every remaining move which is left in this position, which is, of course, all not going to be so easy. But will we see this Queen e7 after take? Or will Liam wants to go for 96? We still have not figured out that variation.
No,
yeah?
we have not, and I think that the pause suggests that the Vietnamese Grandmaster is thinking about it. So he's not automatically taking the pawn, and the only other move really is 96. So let's have some fun, all right? It's not our game. Let's play 96. What do you do? How do you defend the bishop? You suggested some b3. I'm not sure what it changes. I take it.
No, because if you play b3, then the pawn structure is different, and there is no pawn on b4 for white. But I don't know. It's just
Okay.
It just intermezzo that.
Okay, I'm gonna blunder a piece. Okay, can I do that?
Oh no, my bishop! But the knight cannot escape.
Yeah, that was kind of the point. But I'm not sure if this works because white has this bishop here in g2, staring at the pawn on c6, and also the knight. I could play knight e5. I don't know why do I need this, to be honest. Like maybe Limblay is going to look at this. Knight e5. You take it. Some bishop c6. Some rook c8 move. I'm blundering something, yeah? I'm not sure what actually. Maybe queen h7 something. And bishop b7. Well, it's very sharp. Like this position is definitely something that you want to have a look at. So I would say, if I was white, I would look at the knight e6 move for like 5 minutes. Like I would want to make sure that this is an opportunity. Like queen c7, this immediately I think you suspect that you're better because this is a weakness. You're going to protect the pawn. e3, remove the knight, apply some pressure. Like it doesn't bother me. I think what I would be really bothered about is this piece sacrifice, either rook a3 or b takes on a3. That's what I would try to figure out. Maybe rook a3 immediately, like this.
And now we kind of start to understand what Yes was thinking about for all this time, because it was not just for nothing, because he spent over 1 hour in the last 2 moves, basically. So he was probably calculating all these lines, all of it was happening in his head, and that's where Liam is now heading.
Yeah, maybe he calculated this line until the very end, because we already saw in the tournament the Turkish player is very good at calculating things, but also Limblay is not so bad.
Oh, definitely
Only
not.
3-time winner of the festival.
Only, yeah.
So my money would be on a takes on b4 after like 5 minutes of thought. But you know the one thing, Angelica, you said about your experience when you have this huge lead on the clock. This also kind of gives you the comfort feeling that you can spend the time
As
a
you
bit
wish,
more.
yeah.
Yeah, and I can relate to that because whenever I have like extra half an hour on the clock, I tend to spend more time than I normally would. So it's like, yeah, you feel a bit more comfortable, more relaxed because now I can spend the time. And then something like half an hour later or 1 hour later, your advantage is gone. So that's why also for this game, I wouldn't be surprised to see this. I don't think it happens consciously. It's like a subconscious, some kind of feeling that you're feeling so comfortable with so much time on the clock, you don't even worry about it. And you start to burn the time much faster.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Arthur. So this is the moment where Limblay feels very comfortable, but as you're mentioning, maybe he's not rushing himself to make a decisions. He knows, he's relaxed, there is time. But, okay, also talking about the situation, of course, like 1 hour, 13 minutes on the clock, of course, it's a huge difference between him and Yes Erdogmuş here. But still, you have to be a bit careful to leave more time for the next critical stage of the game. And here it's basically the move takes on b4 or knight d6, so one of the 2 moves. So at the moment, the least preferable should be excluded, and then you see, okay, in which moderation does black have the strongest continuation, and then you exclude that idea. But 96 is definitely very interesting idea. So
Yeah.
what did we come to a conclusion? What is the best line here? Let's maybe try to.
I'm not sure
make
we
it work.
concluded anything really.
Yeah,
Like
we're just throwing the ideas. Yeah.
yeah, like I think a takes on b4 is the human move, but again, here the question is, what happens after queen e7? How do you deal with this pawn? That's what I tried to figure out. So queen b2, it looks reasonable, yeah?
Yeah, queen b2 looks.
Super logical. How do you deal with knight e5? That's what I tried to figure out right now. That's the critical position, and I think that. So, I think the Vietnamese grandmaster is seeing this position. He's trying to evaluate it. Then he's seeing the other position with knight e6, knight b7, etc. He has this final position in his mind, and now comes the hardest part. And this is when you're a really good player. You try to compare both of the lines. You never guess, because I think this is what makes a truly good player. You always compare the lines, and you choose one of the continuations based on whatever principles you have. Yeah. So he first needs to arrive to a definite conclusion right here. So how do I continue?
I have a suggestion, by the way. What if not queen b2?
Oh, okay.
Because I'm looking at the pawn on c6, and I see that there could be ideas of knight f to e5. So it means that I'm giving up a pawn on b4, but I introduce ideas of taking on c6 with a knight, and put a pressure on the diagonal.
I love it. It looks really great. That's a great idea. So let's say first I can take it or take with e5. Yeah. Let's say I take it.
Yeah. So now we have to see what do we take. The knight on d7 doesn't really make sense. So knight c6 looks very logical.
It looks logical, but also you kind of encourage black to have some counterplay at the c file. There could be some issues. Let's go back a bit.
Maybe we include some move, like rook b1, bringing to the attacking the queen.
And also hitting the pawn on b6. Yeah. I think it looks very nice.
Oh, that's very cool.
Yeah, let's say queen a4, takes, and
Knight
something like this.
b6. Uh-huh. But also d4 is hanging. But the bishop might be a problem on b7. Okay, now we are winning a material, right?
Takes, and this.
Yeah, now we are winning.
That's actually a nice line. Yeah, especially knight f3. Without knight f3, I think black is actually pretty safe, but knight f3 is there. So that's a nice line. And if you have to take on b6, then it's very clear that black is suffering. Yeah, that's a weakness. You play e3. Just have a lot of fun. Okay, so knight e5. I like that a lot. But if you take it, you want to take with d pawn or with the knight?
That's a good question. I mean, I originally wanted to take with the knight, but let's try to have both ideas.
Because now I think it's a bit different. Now your pawn might be under attack.
Now it's a problem.
Takes, I could just take it.
Yeah, now after take on c6, you can even trade the rooks. Okay, so it means take on e5 with a pawn?
I think so, because then you gain access to the d6 square.
This is what we wanted originally. We wanted to originally go for this knight d6 idea. But now knight b4 is coming with a tempi.
But you're losing something there. No, oh, maybe you're not actually. No, but it's got to be great for white.
Wait, you're losing material, yeah? Because knight has to step backwards to c7, and then the bishop is hanging.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. Actually, I just thought about the pawn on b6. I thought after knight c7, okay, there's a bishop. I just thought queen b6. That was my big idea. What I want to do: keep the knight on d6, have a monstrous pawn structure.
Wow, just winning a bishop. This is secondary. This is secondary.
No, but then I think it's very clear if this is the right continuation. So if queen e7, then knight fe5 is very powerful. I like it.
Wow.
Because then you have the time. And if black plays rook c8, you might even take on a8. b5 is a threat, by the way.
b5 is a threat. Bishop on b7 is undefended. Okay, so there are many ideas in the position. Okay.
Okay, maybe queen e7 is not the move. Maybe you start with knight e5, but again, knight e6 could be in the mix. So maybe this is the right move order. Knight e5, and if we do it like... What do we do?
You wanted to play... Not sure about queen b2, but knight d6.
Queen b2, queen e7. Is there any difference? No, there should be a difference.
Yeah, there should be, because now there will be no longer rook b1 putting pressure.
Even this is good. Takes, takes, takes.
Knight b6.
Again, white is better.
Pressure.
Silly bishop.
But also, even if you win the pawn, then looking at this 4 again, so how much? 5 against 4. Of course, it means a great deal and some winning advantage, but would be also not so easy to get it. But
c5 is on the board, by the way.
oh, so we have take and c5.
This
So maybe that's what Yaz anticipated, that there will be this knight e5 idea. So he wants to open up the bishop.
Apparently. We were so focused, I mean, maybe I was so focused on winning the pawn. But yeah, knight fe5 quite didn't work, and Erdomas is just trying to liquidate. And of course, I mean, it makes sense, because if he makes a draw, then he finishes in the 3rd place. If one of them win, they finish in the 2nd place, overtaking Suleimanli. So you see, these are the current scores. Aronian is a bit ahead of everyone,
Tiny bit.
tiny a bit, by 4 points, and
He has
Suleimanli.
been leading the full tournament. Yeah.
Yeah, such a great shape.
And well, here, is there a still idea to play knight d6? Is it somewhere there, or after bishop f3 you're just losing material? If we can pull up the analysis board and
Yeah,
see.
let's do that. Let's say knight d6. That was your suggestion. This is the current position, by the way. Yeah, so we're having some fun here.
Let's have some fun.
Knight e6, takes it f3, takes it f3. Yeah, I think you're just dropping a pawn for no good reason. Takes, takes, c takes on d4. Yeah, you have a knight, but I have a pawn.
Yeah, it's too much.
Too
Too
much.
much for the beautiful knight.
Rook a8, knight b8.
I had just had a feeling that white is attacking, but looking at
Maybe not.
maybe not. Yeah, the evaluation bar is spoiling all the fun.
Yeah, maybe we should check the other game also, yeah, in the challengers. Maybe
Let's
there's some
go to
change.
the challengers. Václav Finek against Tong Xiao, because that's where the winner of the Generations Challenge is going to be decided in that game. So we have Václav with the white pieces, who is currently the leader. He just needs a draw. Of course, victory would be also amazing. For Tong Xiao, it's a must-win situation. He has to win to get the 1st place. And so far, he has been trying really hard to improve his position, to get chances. But I see that the bishops are off the board right now, so it means bishop e3 was played.
I don't like it.
For
That
whom?
for black. I don't like it. Like we had to look at this position. And again, the tournament situation is as follows, in case the viewer, you just joined. So this is the final round of the final stage, move number 18. The situation is as follows, that this is a fight for the victory. Václav Finek needs at least a draw to win the Challengers tournament, and Tong Xiao is behind him. It's really simple math here. Black needs to win this position on demand to win the Challengers tournament. So we looked at this position before, and I thought that if Black wants to have some realistic chances, he needs again to change the pawn structure. And I thought that maybe Queen b7, allowing White to take on c5, was a bit more promising, because I thought that if you do this, you are doubling your pawns, but in some lines you gain access to the d4 square, which could be important, and also you open up the queen set for some potential counterplay against this pawn on b3. You see there's this semi-open b file, and you could have some pressure. I thought that you want to give it a try, but bishop takes on e3. I think this is a relief for White. That's how I would say, because now it's, I mean, the queen side is not going to open. Maybe he still wants to play a4, b5, but the b file is closed now.
Do you think he was worried a little bit that the pawn on c5 can become kind of a liability, or do you think that there was no really a chance for it? Because after take, for example, queen e3, attacking the pawn, how do you defend it?
Actually, a fair point. Hitting the pawn on c5. I didn't think about it.
Queen b6, is it the move?
Queen b6.
Ah, wait a second, rook 5.
Well, let's have a look at this position for a while.
Okay, okay.
So this pawn is under attack.
Because rook f5 is also defending it.
Yeah, there is this move. I was also thinking if there's a room to play a gambit, like knight f5, here play d6 to put your queen on an awkward spot. But white probably has no weaknesses. Rook f5 kind of jumps under some knight h4. You're probably right. I think queen b6 is the most solid, yeah?
Just defending the pawn. And okay, now here, of course, a4 is a threat, as you're mentioning.
And if I play knight e5?
Ah,
Takes.
it's a bit annoying.
No, but I think it made sense to try, yeah, like this. Knight e7, queen c6, some cheapos. But we do see a move, which was
Queen d2.
queen d2.
Okay, stepping backwards. Wait, I kind of don't understand.
Ah,
Maybe he's stopping.
that's the idea.
But then pawn on c4 is hanging.
Your pawn on d7 is under attack. Like,
Ah.
I think that's what he wants. So a4, b4,
Knight c4.
close the queen side. Knight c4, queen d7.
Pawn on e6 is hanging.
That's a weakness.
Bishop d5,
Yeah,
maybe?
but even this position is not so clear. You might drop your queen. Watch out for rook f7.
Rook f7. Okay, there is still b5 square, but it's only one square there.
That looks like a cage to me, to be honest, like a coffin, and there's the nail.
Prison,
C6.
prison.
No, it just doesn't look good. No, actually, this is a threat. So,
So queen e7 maybe?
queen e7. Yeah, but this is, I think, what black would want. To have some kind of a sharp position like this. Oh, wait, there's knight e2, yeah?
Oh,
Winning the exchange. Knight e2, hitting the rook. You take it. I take it. I'll give you a check. King h8. Thank you for the exchange.
thank you for the rook.
Wait. So Václav played queen e2 to stop a4. Otherwise, why would you play queen e2 here? Except he's not stopping a4 because black can do it. a4,
So one more time, b4,
b4,
knight takes.
like that's the threat. Yeah, some c5, close the queen side. I'm gonna take it, and try to trap your queen. What do you do? Rook f7, big threat. Can I go for some draw? Knight g5, I don't think it works. I have to show it on the screen. Knight f7, you just take it, of course. And can I
Take
attack
it.
this pawn? I can't, yeah?
Yeah, there is no queen h3.
Ah, wait,
f5.
this knight is under attack.
So we take knight.
Wait, what is this? What is this position?
C something, c6, c5.
No, but this is risky for white, yeah? Do you go here if you want to
Queen-
make a draw?
Queen h4.
Queen h4, h6. I don't see anything concrete.
No, it was queen e4. Sorry, queen e4 has to be played because queen e4 you must play g6.
That's a mate threat, g6.
So now there is no h6.
Ah, queen e5, queen g7, take a knight e6 fork. Yeah, you
Yes.
can't trade the queens. King g8, queen e6, king h8,
then
queen
repetition.
e5. Okay, that's a funny line.
Wow.
So can
Hey, we found it.
I don't know what we found. It's some fun line. a4, b4, knight c4, queen takes. There's obviously also this rook move. But then there's no rook f7 threat. You gotta protect the pawn. Bishop d5. What was the line again?
Queen e... No,
Knight g5.
knight g5.
Knight
Knight
g5.
takes.
Takes. Check. Here. And takes.
Takes.
Win the exchange. Oh, win the exchange. There you go. Oh, maybe don't win the exchange. First play
H6.
h6.
Very precise.
To take away the e4 square.
Yeah, that's very, very precise.
No, this is not very clear, and I think that Tonshaw should do this. Like, you need to initiate some sort of game. You need to open up the queen side. What else do you do? A4, B5, something. I mean, okay, like, White is not obliged to play before, but I thought he played Queen E2 to stop A4. Otherwise, what's even the idea of Queen E2?
Yeah, what's the point? And also in some of the lines, the pawn on A2 is defended. You don't allow any knight jumps from D6, no knight F5, no any business because D7 is hanging. But Arthurs, you're right. I mean, so many
That's what
questions.
you're saying, so that he wants to stop knight F5. Yeah?
Maybe.
Okay, maybe, you're right. And if I play Rook F7?
Rook F7.
You have to get
You
rid of
want
this
to
bishop.
trade, yeah, knight H4.
Knight H4. Takes, takes.
But even with this
I don't know.
Queen E4, I
Queen
don't know.
E4, Knight E4. Oh, maybe Knight E4, Knight C5, something. Queen E3.
Makes sense.
Some Knight C. Nah, White is so solid here. Again, Knight F4, Knight E3, somewhere incoming. And
Yeah, very solid position. Queen E2 was played.
yeah.
So Ton Shao has to find out the best continuation he'll try to do, but so far not so clear. Queen D2, stopping some A4 ideas, knight jumps. But one more game is still happening. As mentioned earlier, the one game finished in a draw, Levon Aronian against Aydin Suleiman Lee, with which Levon Aronian became the champion of the Masters Grandmaster Triathlon. But Lim Le against Yasser Dogmush are still playing, so let's head there. And we see some updates on the board. So we had this C5 break, and now what we can see is that pawn on B5 is very active, protected, potentially some passer.
Outside pass pawn. So these are the last
Outside.
moves that we did not see, which happened off camera. C5, DDX on C5, and B5. Again, a very common idea. Create an outside pass pawn. Like I saw the problem of the light square bishop, now it's pretty active, but now he has a different kind of problem, which is White's B pawn is running forward uncontested.
Yeah.
And
it's a
bishop
big-
D5, yeah?
Yes,
that's the
bishop
position.
B5. So what does Yes want in this position? Does he want to just simply defend the bishop on D5? Maybe some. Does he want to take on C4? No, probably
No, I
not.
think it's just a solid move. Against any knight E6, so that it's not under attack. Close the D file just in case. Next move, some queen B8, some rook C8. Attack this pawn, trade some pieces. He's just trying to stay solid.
Yes, he does. Yeah, the C5 very interesting resource that he has found. And by the way, looking at the clock situation, we can see that he has been blitzing out the move so far. Since that, I think move 12, around move 12, he burned quite a lot of time. He had 25 minutes. Now he speeded up a little bit. For Lim Le, it's 1 hour 22 minutes. So now only 1 hour more, only 1 hour more than it was before. But I see evaluation bar is slightly preferring white. Arthurs, why do you think is it so? And what could be ideas here for Lim Le to try to create more advantage?
I think white is better because he has the outside pass pawn, which is currently uncontested. Apart from that, I don't think it's a big deal. Like I see white is, according to the evaluation bar, better. Is it much better or just better? Probably some 0.6. I'm not sure what it really means. It's just, it means that with the perfect defense, you're going to draw this always. That's what it means. And answering the second question, how do you make a progress? That's a bit harder. Maybe steer the game to some endgame where your B pawn is going to make a difference. Definitely not in the middle game. There's definitely no kings in attack. So can I trade somehow? Maybe 95 is too immediate, yeah? It's too much.
Oh.
There's this trade and there's
And Queen
queen
D5.
Yeah, that's what I
Wait.
don't like. Some queen e5. Apparently there was something concrete.
Ah, take on a1 and queen d4. Wow.
Yeah,
Heh.
beautiful.
Wow, very beautiful. Chess is beautiful.
Yeah, so knight e5, knight c6 is a common idea, like in the Catalan. You try to exploit this weakness, but maybe not like that. So how about we do it differently, like knight e2. I want to play e4, gain space. I don't want to trade because you're going to take with a pawn, get rid of my knight. I just want to support my knight. And if you trade it,
Then you're happy.
I don't know. Yeah, like something like this. Knight b6.
Now if you take on a8, knight has to recapture it because queen cannot take on a8.
With a check. You can do that actually. The check. You
I
can,
will check with a check.
you can do that. f3.
So- Yeah, then maybe you shouldn't take, okay.
No, I mean,
I'm
this-
with it with a check.
It could be something like this without any super deep analysis. Like, sorry.
Bless you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Like, I think that you somehow want to push the b pawn forward.
Yeah, I
But
agree.
how do you do it? Like, I think it starts with knight e2. Some rook goes to b1. But at the same time, I think Lemble also is not having any illusions that he has some super big advantage. Just a lot of better position.
And talking about these two players, I mean, Limle, 3-time the Grandmaster Triathlon winner of the Biel Chess Festival. It was already yesterday clear that he doesn't, unfortunately, he doesn't have chances to win for the fourth time. It was his dream, it was his motivation to come one more time here to Biel and get the fourth title. But of course, I think he will be still coming to Biel next years. Still, there's still going to be room for him. You're mentioning a few times that there was even suggestion to name the tournament or the cup after him because he's always coming here and winning. It was ultimately a hat trick, yeah, winning three games, 3 years one after another. And last year he couldn't be here, unfortunately. But yeah, this year he's participating. But the field is also super strong.
I think he's going to come here for the next 20 years or so. So
Yeah,
it's
just to keep winning, try to keep winning. But
Yeah.
of course, very tough is a field.
Actually, speaking about previous winners, I thought that it would be pretty great to have also at some point MVL back, Maxim Graf, because he's currently the record holder. He's won the event, was it 4 times? I think it was 4 times,
Yes.
yeah? Like, this was in the early 2000s when the Frenchman was here, winning the event. And
But I think
It
it
would
was
be great.
I think it was before the triathlon was invented. I think it was before that when there was just one tournament.
Right.
So we have to test MVL.
yes,
How
we have to
good is
test
it in
them. We call you
Grandmaster?
out, Maxim, if you're watching this, to test your skills in year 2027 maybe already. Would be really amazing to see.
Definitely for 60th anniversary, and as we heard from Levon, as a winner of this year's Grandmaster Triathlon, I mean, we know that winners are always welcome for the next edition to defend their titles, and Levon is definitely, we're going to have happy to have him here, and as he said, he probably will come.
I have an idea.
Yes.
Have the Champions Edition. Only the winners are
Wow.
coming. Imagine this.
So
All the
Magnus
champions.
has to be invited then.
Sorry?
Magnus was also winning one of the
So
editions.
we would have Magnus, we would have Lemble, Vladimir
Levon.
Fedoseev, Maxim Graf,
Levon, let not forget.
Levon, of course. Imagine what kind of tournament would be for the 60th anniversary. I would love to see that.
Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, I think there's a limited spot actually. How many you could get?
But it
there?
was like 6, I think, spot, right? Was it?
Yeah. All right. Okay.
that's,
Some fun
that's
ideas
a
here.
good, good plan.
Not
The
FD2 by the way
winners
was played.
edition.
My suggestion is on the board. Makes perfect sense. White is better. Do we have any other moves in the other game?
Yes, we have.
We do, yeah?
Let's go to the Generations Challenge, where we have the Rook A to D8.
All right. Rook A to D8. And this also like sends some sort of a signal that black is not going to play the queen side. So, I thought the black wants to play here. Now the Chinese player played Rook D8 to defend the pawn, to play knight F5. And also he has quite Big difference on the clock. Look at this. 36 minutes left, even though the position is pretty simple, but how is he going to win this?
Well, but it's not really that crazy if we compare Limleg and Cesar Dogmush, because there it is 19 minutes, and I believe it's here it's more moves, because now we're at move 19 at this game, so 21 more moves have to be played, while on the other board I think it's around move 25 that has to be played. So for Yes is definitely a tougher challenge, but I understand what you're talking about, because Yes is constantly in the time trouble. For Tongshao, he's not so often, and by the way, rook c1 is on the board. So we see some c5 ideas in the position.
Yeah,
I have a feeling that Václav is trying to be ambitious here. What do you think?
he's just pushing wood. Rook c1, rearranging the pieces. Because black is pretty slow with his own threats, and white's like, okay, listen, I also can do that. Bring the other rook to d1, because they don't do anything here. And if you go back here, the last move, you see these rooks, they don't do anything. I mean, they should be behind the passed pawns, which are not moving anywhere, so that's why he's like, okay, the original plan didn't work. I'm going to put the other rook to d1, maybe play knight e1, knight g2, and just think about some c5 ideas. I have a feeling that Tongshao is losing the momentum here, and it started with this unfortunate trade on e3.
Yeah, that definitely did.
Well, Angelika, we have these two games,
We have.
but
we
I have another game. Can we check it?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a game from another
From another
Tournament.
very high-level tournament.
at the Biel Chess Festival, one of the 15 tournaments.
As a request from our producer, Mr. Bick. Bick, are you watching us? He's there. All right. So we could have a look at his latest creations. So there's this, like Angelique you mentioned, there's a lot of games, a lot of tournaments happening here in Biel Chess Festival. It's the Masters tournament. Actually, it should be Grandmasters tournament up there. Okay, it's Masters tournament. It's the Challengers tournament. There's the MTO, one of the greatest open tournaments in Europe. There's the Amateurs Open tournament. There's the Just 960, the Rapid, Blitz, Triathlon. No, not Triathlon. What was it called? Total Chess.
Total Chess
Total
Open.
Chess. And this is one of the tournaments. I think it was WT something.
There are two tournaments, so WT1, WT2.
Right.
The difference between them is just a rating. So in WT1 is a higher rated players are participating, in WT2 the lower rated. These are essentially weeks tournament, which is lasting 1 week. It's a double round tournament which started on Monday and will finish tomorrow. So it will be done in 5 days.
Yeah.
9 rounds.
Perfect.
Perfect. I mean, dear viewers, if you would like to enjoy Biel, experience this wonderful atmosphere and just play here for 5 days, not the whole 2-week tournament, you have this option. I think it's a perfect idea for some of the players, and for our producer, when he's not needed for the broadcast, he's playing.
Yeah, in the mornings, and he asked me my grandmaster opinion about his game, and hold it, Bick. I'm just about to start to criticize you right here. So far, everything is good. Pretty standard stuff. Actually, I was the one who taught him that. I think I was the one to play d4, c4, knight f3, because he really likes to play g3, g6. I cannot convince him to play anything else. Okay. Knight e2, very common idea in the Catalan. To play e4, I like that. Bishop e7. I think the black is very much fine, and maybe one of my things I would recommend maybe here in this position is to go for some early knight h4, try to get the bishop trade. Otherwise, I think black is very comfortable. e4
Yes.
takes, knight e4 looks pretty standard, and bishop e4. Angelique, what do you make of this move?
Bishop e4, I mean, I would prefer to keep the bishop on g2, just to take on e4 with knight. What do you think,
You're not
Artur?
impressed, yeah?
Not so impressed, yeah. Not impressed.
Okay, but we're not impressed.
Is engine impressed? That's the biggest question.
He said doesn't care. Well, I mean, it's the same, yeah? Knight e4, bishop e4. Okay?
But it offers a trade.
Offers a trade, black declined, black was ambitious, bishop h3, rook e1, knight f6, and bishop c2. Look at that,
Okay.
very
you're-
ambitious.
Wow.
Building
Oh,
up a
wow.
battery.
Vic is
Cos-
always ambitious.
He's ambitious, he's a very talented player. Queen b6, c5.
And producer.
Look at this,
Pawn on b2 is hanging.
he's bluffing. Queen b2.
What? Knight e4? No.
Maybe queen d3.
Yeah, queen d3.
No? Oh. Oh, wait, bishop f5.
Oh. Queen d2 then? Queen d2?
Queen d2 probably.
Yeah.
Threatening bishop h7. He was very sharp. And also bishop takes on h6 is a threat. So if you walk away, this was the idea. Bishop h6 probably, and some checkmate, no? Apparently not.
Apparently
is
not.
going.
So he's saying that rook e3 instead of queen d2? No,
Rook-
instead of queen d2?
Instead of queen d2.
Yes.
Okay. Rook e3, threatening to play rook b1.
And in case of some queen a3...
Then I win in the pawn on b7. You said queen a3? There's going to be some knight e5.
Some knight e5, yeah.
Oh,
that's what I
wow.
wanted. Cool stuff.
Great stuff by Big so far.
Okay.
So c5, queen e8, bishop e5, going for some big attack. Queen f3. Okay. I understand you can't play queen d3 because of bishop f5. I get that. So queen f3, bishop g4, queen f4, threatening to win a piece. All of this looks perfectly reasonable. Bishop f5, takes it
You
f5,
take, yes, you
and rook
take.
b1. Beautiful.
Yeah, and it looks like white now is having this extra pawn on the queen side, this d pawn, while black is having the double pawns on the king side. So it reminds me some kind of Caro-Kann type of position. But
Black has some issues here because you
Yes.
can't play knight e5. I think you take it, and then bishop takes on g7. You need to watch out for this bishop be under attack by the rook on e1, and bishop g5 is queen
huge
e5.
pressure.
Oh,
Huge pressure.
It looks nice. So he's playing good chess so far. Rook d8, rook e3. I don't like this move. Somehow feels weird. Maybe the problem is that, again, knight e5. Takes, bishop g7, and now there's this problem. You see, the bishop is under attack, and after queen e5, I think that there could be queen e5, bishop e5, bishop e3, after takes on e3, king h7. But white probably has a big compensation. Okay, so big, did you see this?
He saw everything.
He saw everything.
He's flawless.
He saw everything.
Let's go back to the next critical moment because we also have other games which are ongoing. They're
All right,
spicing up.
oh, okay, I'm going to fast forward from here.
So
b4,
b4 attacking, d5
trying
with a
to
threat.
play d5. Here, f6. Oh, I don't like this. Weakens the king. Here, takes, g5, queen f3, d5 is unstoppable. The black king is very weak here. And this is when d5 came through. d5.
d5, let's go. And then the point is that there will be some moment piece hanging, right? On e7 or e8.
Yeah, this was the last move
Oh.
of the game. Yeah,
Beautiful.
rook d8, final move.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. All right, so the point
Congratulations
is,
on the victory.
yeah, if you take it, queen c6, and you collect the bishop on e7, the bishop takes on d8, you take on c6, and the rook on e8 is under attack. Okay, so it's a pretty great game. Keep it going, Big. So this was the this was the amazing game from our best producer here, Waterbeck, who is producing the event. We had a look at his game, but now let's jump back to the action.
Let's go back to the game of Limle against Yazar Dogmush because apparently there was a move played which, as we can see, computer doesn't quite like in this position. So we had the last move which was knight f to d2, stepping backwards, making it all very logical, but now knight b6, offering a trade of the knight, but we see evaluation bar going higher and higher in this position, so something should be here at this moment.
I don't know. Yeah, you're probably right. Like white has this pass pawn. By the way, the trade didn't happen on g2, so black is keeping the bishop on d5 so that he can recapture d5 with a pawn. Very logical. And the most we did not see where, I think it was here. Yeah, we left it here. After 92, we did not see the trade and b6. So that's what we missed.
Yes, and now the question is, maybe there is some knight jump, or I mean, there could be also some rook a6. There could be some knight jump because pawn on c5 is hanging. Not really sure what's the best move in the position is, but apparently Limle has some chances.
Wait, can I force things? Like the first crazy idea I had in my mind. Can I take? That's the first thing I
Yes.
noticed. After take, I noticed I have e4. hitting the bishop. Since you did not trade it, I'm going to push you back. And now I saw this position. I felt there could be room for something. First, there's the move rook b1, protect the pawn to play knight c4. Feels amazing. But then I'm thinking, can I go immediately knight c4? Knight c4, queen b5. I look
Knight
for some
d6?
tactics. Yes, that's what I thought. Like queen c6, and I thought, maybe there's going to be some takes, c5.
Ah, knight d5.
But there's knight
okay.
e5. Yeah, so it doesn't work.
Okay, so let's go back.
I
Let's
think it's
improve. Let's
just rook b1. Just here. Knight c4, e5, knight e6. It just
The knight on f6 is not on time to come back and stop the pawn on b6 on b5. That was, by the way, one of the upsides in the black's positions, because the knight was defending the square on b6. And what Yes is doing with his last move, he's trying to trade the knight, which is covering one of the most important squares in the position. Of course, he wants to bring the knight back, but the time is in question.
well.
Okay.
If I spotted this like in the 30-second interval, how quickly do you think Limle saw this?
20, 15.
Probably faster. Probably fast because he's a better player. I think it's very straightforward. Once again, okay, maybe there's bishop takes on g to intermezzo move. So I suggest to take it. If you take it, I play e4, and I play rook b1, and I play knight c4. It's very
straightforward.
Very
yeah.
straightforward line. So maybe there's a bit of a nuance here. What if black includes the trade? Right here.
So now you can think, what if you keep the knight? What if you don't take the bishop, but you keep the knight?
I might take it here.
There is a knight hanging on d2.
Yes. And I take it.
Queen e2.
And I was kind of hoping that this is a strong pass pawn, and maybe I have something here, but maybe it's nothing, yeah?
But maybe just defend the knight on b6 or step away with the knight on b6. So here maybe you can play knight c4, maybe knight b to c4.
Ah, that's what you
And then
mean.
push the pawn.
That's an interesting idea. And if I go here?
You can already think about pushing. Or e4, huh? Yeah, by the way, e4.
Pushing is also an idea. I was more like e4. Takes, takes.
Yeah, e4, still your idea.
Queen d4. Rook e1. Rook b1. Maybe you can even sacrifice
We
it.
have knight b6 on the board. Limle right now has just took the knight. There will be queen b6 or bishop g2. This is now a big question because here the Turkish grandmaster is stopping at the moment. What will he take, the knight or the bishop? Arturs, what would be your pick? Very tough, right?
I think I want to get pieces of the board. Like I think I went to the defense here, and bishop takes on g2 would be my gut instinct. Maybe there's not even a big difference, but I want to get a piece of the board. So bishop takes on g2. Maybe actually white can even take on g2. What's the but if you take on g2
Then you take on b6.
and you're not in time
Yes.
to play e4, because this knight, by the way, very important nuance, this knight jumps to the defense.
Defense.
Knight e5, knight b4. Super important defense.
So black is in time. So what does it mean for us? We have to keep the knight. Just stepping away, we're ready to push the b6.
Yeah, very logical. And if you go here, now I play e4, because now the knight is not getting there. And I don't think you're going to be in time to put the knight on b6, because there's your idea, Angelica, play b6 right now. Oh, wait, I'm dropping a pawn, sorry.
You can play rook a6 if you want. You can play maybe
Yeah, rook a6, it's a great move.
or queen b3. I mean, any moves here, like in the position.
Simply
just
not
push.
allowing the block.
Just push the pawn.
Yeah, and push it forward. Queen b3, this pawn is going nowhere. Oh, it looks really good for white here.
I really like the position for Limle here. 12 minutes and 20 seconds for Yezer Dogmush for the next 21 moves that he has to play.
This could be a deciding game right here, because the black is suffering. And when was the mistake? Was it this rook a1 giving up the f-file? By the way, bishop takes on g2 was just played. It makes perfect sense.
Bishop g2 is on the board, and Limle is taking his time now.
And we expect knight b to c4.
Yeah, maybe there's something else, but we discussed queen c5 is not a move because of d2 problem. Is knight d to c4 something to consider? Probably not, because there'll be no e4.
Yeah, I mean, this knight feels awkward on b6. So I think
Yeah.
very often you want to have some sort of a harmony between your pieces. And like, okay, I get it. You want to play knight c4 to sometimes have access to rook a8, but you can't do this because the bishop on g2 conveniently defends the square. So I would say here, you mentioned, yeah, the loss of the e4 square also is very important.
And what about knight a4? Knight a4 probably also another idea. Stepping away the knight, now attacking the pawn on c5. Okay, computer is not so
No,
impressed.
it's also an idea, actually. Wait a second. Knight a4 is a move. It's a very,
Double attack. Bishop
very
is under
legal
attack.
move.
Okay,
I like that.
so another move for Liam, but he's taking time at this position. For Yes, it's just 12 minutes here.
Wait,
Very tough.
how do you defend the pawn, actually? Like, I think
Maybe-
that if you spot this, you want again to spend here like 5 minutes to make sure that you're not walking away from a very interesting opportunity. So, of course, like Limle says, knight b to c4 is always there, but how about knight a4? Can I do this?
Knight a4 and just grabbing a pawn. Looks very logical. And then trying to push the other pawn.
Let me go here. Can I do this?
But what if I take on g2? Ah, oh, rook thing, of course.
The rook is under
So
attack.
knight b3.
Knight b3 is a move. Probably a good move. Yeah, you're like, I think that
Maybe queen d5? What about queen, not
Queen
queen d4, queen d5? But probably then even queen c5 could be a move. Yeah?
you're again dropping the knight.
Ah, yeah, shall not drop it.
Maybe you know what concerns me. Like you might be right about queen d5. I'm not sure. What would concern me a bit here is that black can play a gambit and give up the pawn. So, for example, what happens if black plays? What can he play? Let's say bishop h3. Bishop h3, knight c5, and let's say queen d5. That would concern me a bit because, like, okay, maybe it's irrelevant. But I would think that, okay, maybe there's some counterplay. Black is having some pressure, so some checkmate on g2 is threatening. So knight b to c4, it feels the safe move, but knight a4 does win the pawn. It's actually a tricky moment here.
Yeah, Limle is taking time. By the way, dear viewers, this is the game ultimately for the second place if any of the player wins the game, because by winning the players are getting 4 points. So Limle now has a perfect opportunity to get even more advantage, win the game, get 4 points, and he will surpass Aydin Suleimanli, getting the second spot. The same counts for Yes, but looking at the time and current situation, I don't think for Yes is happening. What do you think, Arturs?
Yeah, for Yes, it's going to be really difficult here. And like I feel he's lost a bit the momentum in the final stage. Yeah, because he was having this pretty good run. Like he had a tough start. Then he fought back. He won a beautiful game, maybe the most beautiful game of the tournament actually, against Jose Martinez Alcantara, the 5th round of the Classical. He had a good showing in the Blitz event. He finished in the 2nd place from all the players. Like he was in a very good striking distance, 2 wide games in the final stage, and then something happened. Yeah, like he didn't really find his space in the game. By the way, he just took off his glasses, as you can see.
To see clearly.
I don't know if it's clear or there's sweating or...
Well, big changes in the Grandmaster Triathlon at the Biel Chess Festival, dear viewers. We're taking the break here because it's going to be a very tough moment right now for Yes and for Liam. What a chance it is right now. As well as in the Generations Challenge, big question, who will be the winner, Václav or Tong Xiao? We're going for a break and see you in the next 2 minutes. Hello everyone, and we are back live from Biel for the 59th International Biel Chess Festival, the final day of the final stage, and basically from the whole chess festival we're here trying to remember the moments which happened this year's festival, the previous editions, and trying to appreciate the final day here with Arthurs. But the most important right now in the Grandmaster Triathlon is who is going to win Generations Challenge, and will Lim Le manage to get the second place in the Masters? This is what the games are about.
Absolutely, and we are approaching one critical milestone for the final round, which is the time scramble, because the players get 2 hours for 40 moves with no increment. Here we see potentially Erdomush, the young talent from Turkey, might be getting there because he has only 12 minutes against Lim Le. That's the middle board to you. And of course, the game that you mentioned, Václav Finik versus Xiao Tong, which is going to determine the winner of the Generation Challenge tournament. Here we see that's the diagram on the right. White has everything under control, plenty of time. And here we see Rook F1.
Okay, coming back. But talking about the game which already finished, just for our viewers, Levon Aronian against Aydin Suleimanli played a draw pretty early on, and it was decided that Levon Aronian is the winner of Grandmaster Triathlon Masters section. But yeah, let's go to the Václav against Tong Xiao, because here we see that one more time, according to the tournament situation, Tong Xiao in a must-win situation over here has to win to get the first place. For Václav, draw is enough, so that's why Václav can be a bit more solid here. But what has been happening? Because I remember Queen just went from E3 to D2, suddenly now Queen is back, the Rook stepped away to D1, now Rook is back to F1. What is happening? What do we have here, Arthurs?
Some cat and mouse games.
Yeah, some...
Must be.
For sure.
We probably have to review the moves we have missed in the past minutes. I think we left it here, right here. After Rook C1, we talked about that White wants to rearrange the pieces to bring the Rook from the king side to D1, maybe play Knight E1. So what happened was Rook F5, stopping the C5 idea. Looks logical. White played Rook D1, Black played Rook D8, saying that your knight is pinned, otherwise you drop the pawn on F2. And White played Queen E3, Bishop C6, and went back to defend the pawn. But apparently there was something better here in this position. Can we maybe stop here and try to figure out what it was?
It's a good idea. So Václav repeated. What can we else do?
Can I play C5 anyway?
Let's go, C5. Opening up.
I don't know what I'm accomplishing with this, but try to get some pieces off the board, I suppose.
Can be a bit risky also.
Maybe.
What if White plays Rook C3?
Instead of my idea,
Instead of the C5? Rook C3, I defend the F3 square. Okay, computer again not impressed.
I mean, yeah, I don't really want to pay attention to these small jumps. It's always doing like this. It doesn't appreciate the stuff we're doing. But
Doesn't appreciate us.
yeah, apparently White had something better here. Okay, I don't want to sit too long on this. So what was it? Oh. What?
What?
Bishop H3. What
And some knight jump. So if you play Rook F7, there is knight G5, so you have to play Rook F6.
what knight G5? Your pawn is under attack.
Ah.
No, it's knight E5?
And after Rook F2... Cold-blooded.
It's people
No,
don't
no,
play like
no.
this. No, I mean, this game looks like 5 minutes before getting a checkmate here. 2 rooks, a queen, and the bishop, and
Like
somehow...
Bishop H1, Rook G2, yeah, something is happening there.
Like, yeah, it feels like there's going to be a mate. And no, there's no mate, because Rook G2 check, it's no mate. King F1.
King of 1, cold-blooded.
King H1 is also, by the way, a move. So, okay, that is ridiculous, really. But wait, and why can you take it here?
Because
Takes e4. I would
But,
still not be convinced about this.
but you can take the e2 pawn instead of rook g3. Maybe.
Yeah. King g1 takes
Too much material.
too much material. What is winning? Okay, this is nonsense.
Okay.
This was the computer
No,
language
no,
page 3. There's no way that the Czech player would even look in this direction because he's trying to be very solid. He played queen e3 just to protect the pawn, kind of attacked the bishop here. And after bishop c6, now he went back. He just wants to play like knight e4, get more pieces off the board. And we see bishop b4, which is technically a repetition.
If queen d2 is played, will we have already a repetition? I think we had similar position, but
No, I think it's rook d1, rook f1.
oh,
So after bishop e4, you have to play rook d1 for the position to repeat, but there's no guarantee that black's gonna comply.
but also queen d2, no? Because it was also earlier with a queen on d2,
Maybe you're right.
or no?
No, maybe you're right.
So I'm not so sure.
We had this position, which was it once again. This was the position, right? So queen
rook was on
e3,
d1. Yes, you're right. So
rook f1.
so now rook d1.
Yeah, the logic suggests that you play rook d1, but you can also trade some pieces. Like how about we play knight h4? Takes and takes.
Artus, would you accept this invitation?
I don't know. Like, it's also like I think these are some mind games by the opponent because perhaps Tonsha just repeats the position a couple of times because he wants to see your reaction. Do you want to draw? Like, I think he doesn't want to draw to play himself with black, of course, but do you want to draw? And the second thing is, of course, thank you to this person who was in front of the camera.
And I think.
But I think that you're also gaining 2 moves to get closer to the next time control. Like, it's a very common strategy, sometimes played at the highest level. I think who it was. I think it was Tigran Petrosian, the former world champion, who once famously said, if I remember correctly, that the players do not appreciate the power of repeating the moves because then very often you get information from the opponent, and he was saying it at the times when Fisher Random, not Fisher Random, but Fisher Increment was not even present. Like, you're getting to the next time control, that's one thing, and with the modern stance, you get extra 1 minute per extra 2 moves. So it's sometimes a smart thing to do.
Yeah, it is for sure. And as you can see, bishop e4 is being played. Big question right now, will rook d1 be? Will there be a repetition? But again, as you're mentioning, Arturs, at this moment, even if Václav plays rook d1, we might see another move repetition, but maximum 2 repeats. I don't think that Tong Shao will agree on a draw in this position. He has to try to push. The format is implying on it. The standings are implying that he has to try and win the game. But we have rook d1 on the board, so repetition is in order. Tong Shao is repeating. Let's see, is it the second repetition that we have?
Wait, they are repeating positions. So this is the position. Once again, rook f1. Let me check.
So here, queen e3, first time.
This is the first position. This is the second position. Okay, they are still not there.
They're not there. So if rook f1 is played and Tong Shao plays bishop e4, so he's the final one to decide, does he want to draw or not? But I'm not sure he's going to. Not sure.
Look at his body language. Does it really spell you like somebody who is willing to make a trap of repetition right here? So bishop e4, this is a silent draw offer from the tournament leader. He says, I'm solid, you can't do anything against me. Like, let's make a draw, let's go home. I get my first place, you get your second place. Let's be happy. And the Chinese grandmaster has to make a choice, which I think he's going to continue here because look at him. Like, he's very, very much concentrated. From one hand, he would love to finish the tournament on a positive note. It was a great tournament for him. Like, he played fantastic chess, finished in the second place if he agrees to draw. But he's already finishing in the second place, no matter how this game finishes. So I think he's going to continue, just by looking at the body language.
Yeah, looking at it. Both of them are getting fixed. And,
Just some random move, h6, I don't know, whatever. Just some random move to avoid the repetition. It doesn't hurt anything. And I think that this is also some psychological battle between the two. Like, White says, I'm happy with a peaceful outcome, and Black says, no, let's go. And sometimes this can have some psychological effect to the opponent because you're being just rejected. It's not easy.
Just been rejected, and Václav is saying, okay, it's your decision. Are you going to repeat with bishop before? But we have an... yeah, let's remain here for some time, because I think now it's a big question in this game. Will Tong Xiao repeat in this moment? By the way, it's move 25 right now. So it means we have 15 more moves to play, and looking at the clock situation, he has twice less time than Václav.
Right. All right. Do we make a bet?
Let's try.
What are you saying? What's going to happen?
I say he will not play bishop e4, and you?
I also say he's not going to play bishop e4. I don't know.
Maybe our producer Biel can repeat opposite.
He is going to play bishop e4. I don't know. But the clock situation, move 25, 19 minutes. I think that at this stage, you just have to continue in some way. Like, he's looking for some forcing lines. There's no forcing lines. White is too solid. It's all about, do you want to continue or not? If you want to continue, just play h6 or any other random move. There's no progress. Keep the game going. But yeah, I've been in this situation so many times myself. You find all the reasons to agree to a draw. Finish the great tournament. Now again, his body language changes. It's also a very common sight that before you make it the threshold repetition, you spend there like extra 5-10 minutes. Okay, let me put it this way. If there's not going to be a move in the next 5 minutes, it's going to be a draw. If he's going to make a move, it's not going to be a draw.
Yeah, so I think what Tong Xiao right now wants to do, he wants to spend some time in this position. Even if he spends like, let's say he spends 17 minutes, because he now is having 17 minutes and 56 seconds, he still can play a move or stop the clock. Probably it's the most precise. Stop the clock, write down the move, say I'm going to play bishop e4, and the game is going to be finished in the threefold repetition.
The viewers write it also in the chat. What do you think? What do you think is going to happen here? It would be really interesting to have some poll going. Is the Chinese player going to agree to a draw here? Because if he plays bishop e4 right here, then it's a threefold repetition. Actually, I think he can just even write it there, just stop the clock, invite the arbiter to join the party and say, we are done here for the day and the tournament. Or he is going to continue. My money is on that he's going to continue.
Yes.
And he does. He does continue.
He is continuing, so he's following our advice and our prediction with you, Arthur. So Biel lost this bet. We predicted for him.
And this is also the kind of move you did not want to see with White. I know this. Like, you've been in this situation. I've been in this situation so many times. You're sitting there silently. You're hoping. Come on. Just repeat the position. Come on. Let's just call it a day. That's it. We're here. Let's finish the game. And your opponent rejects. It affects people differently. Some people are not affected. Me personally, when this happens, I hate it. So I would have to spend like a couple of minutes a bit to calm down. Okay, so the game still continues.
But let's try to break it down. What exactly Tong Xiao wants right now in this position? Because, of course, like bishop e4 is something that you would love to play, but now as we see that White is constantly repeating, he cannot go for this, considering the tournament situation, he keeps on playing. Knight f7, what is the idea? Is there any d5 move, or just knight wants to be remaneuvered, knight g5?
I think it's knight g5 or knight e5. Try to get to this knight. And actually here I think that White has to be a bit careful, because this is a very psychologically tricky moment for the young Czech player. You've just been rejected. That's one thing. And very often what happens is you commit a mistake right after that. So I don't want to jinx anything, but it's a bit slippery ground here for him. And let's maybe try to make some moves. For example, if I place knight e4. Oh, wait, I just blundered a piece. It was not like this. Okay, knight h4, sorry. Knight h4.
Don't blunder.
Yeah, knight h4, takes, takes. And now I start to see some ideas. I play knight g5. There's some knight h3, and I get a bit nervous. You know, I don't want this knight on h3, even though engine says it's not a big deal. Probably you can play like f3, but this knight.
You start seeing some ghosts, right?
Yeah, I see some unpleasant ideas. How do I get rid of this knight from h3? So I'll be looking for something more convincing, which is what?
What is more convincing?
So which is what? I mean,
what about the stopping it with h4? But then there is knight e5, yes?
you're weakening the king as well, yeah? You could play h4.
Maybe even no g5. I don't know. Probably too much. But
Knight
knight e5.
h6, knight g4. Your knight
Knight
e5
e5.
idea could be there. You have to calculate this line very carefully.
Knight e7 at the end.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
maybe not immediately knight e5. I think you can improve the idea. Yeah, but this h4 is also such a loose move. You're weakening the king. The one thing about the king's pawns, they never go back. I don't like that. Like here might be your idea, Angelica, that you mentioned. Maybe there's e5 or h6. Let's say I play h6. What do you do next? How do you get rid of this pin now? Do you play knight e1?
Just
Again,
stopping backwards.
takes, knight e5, knight g4. My king is weak. Why did I do this? So I think what he's trying to do right now is trying to get some clarity. And the only clarity you get if you trade some pieces.
Yes, and definitely. That's what white wants mostly to do, just to trade the pieces, not to have this pressure in the position, because right now it's very complex. And for Tongxiao, it is a perfect opportunity to try to create those imbalances in the position, to keep the game, drag the game. Starting from the opening, that's what he did. He took, remember, on e6 with the f pawn, opening up the f file, and now he's working on this f file, targeting f3, targeting f2. Also this x-ray, queen c8, queen b7 ideas, many creative ideas that are being played.
The only thing I think that black should do is play a bit faster. Because if the situations was reversed, okay, rook fd1 was played here. If the players had reverse colors, then I think black would be applying a lot more pressure. Rook d1, it doesn't really do anything, meaning white still doesn't want to play knight e1. I'm not sure I like this move. Because this knight is now stuck. Oh, wait. And what if I play some g5? Right here. g5, g4. Can I do this? Boom. No? Why not? Why can't I do this?
Yeah, that's a big question. Just pushing g5, g4?
It's not very clear to me why. Is it some h3? Or what's the idea? Looks very logical.
Maybe rook d4 stopping g4, but then maybe e5.
Rook d4.
I don't know, some crazy move.
What about knight e4?
Ah, knight e4.
I was thinking about trapping the bishop. I don't know, maybe it's not trapping, yeah? So you said rook d4. Well, it's also not correct. Okay, I'm going to advise with the almighty.
Engine knows it. What?
I already talked about this move.
Bishop h3 again?
Again.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, you stop g4. You walk away from the pin and you want to take the pawn on g5. Actually, you can't miss this move. I missed it already second time in one game. So
No, but this is a move, this is pure engine move, isn't it, Arthur? I mean, like the bishop is
I don't know.
standing, defending the knight on f3. Everything looks very logical. Suddenly you're stepping away, playing bishop h3. Then f3 is always
unless this is what he was threatening all along. So we are focusing on black's ideas. But if we go back to this position, why did white play rook d1 here? What was the big idea? Was it really to play knight e1? Or the real idea was to play bishop h3 and remove the pin and walk away with the knight? Maybe this was the big idea of him all along. And that's why black was unable to repeat the position. And maybe if you are aware that bishop h3 is there, you are going to spot this. So, okay, I'm going to switch off the engine right now.
Let's switch off.
So it says knight e6 is the top choice, which is 0-0-0 because the position repeats, or some quiet move like h6, which doesn't really force anything.
Anyways, the decision of Tong Xiao at this moment. We have some updates from the game of Lim Le against Yezer Dogmush. Let's immediately go there, because there we have the line we were discussing earlier. So if we go a few moves backwards, queen take on c5 was happened. So after bishop takes on g2, this was the position we were discussing here. We were suggesting the moves with the knight stepping backwards. Knight a4, knight c4 from b6. What Liam played, he took the pawn on c5, and we were talking about this, that we were not very impressed by this continuation.
Why? Why did he do this? Wait. So queen c4, queen e5. Okay, I'm a bit surprised because I thought that there was not a lot for white, right?
Yeah.
And why would he go for this position and not knight c4? Which seems to shut out the knight from the game. Maybe he didn't like this position after bishop b7, something e4, and he felt that there's too much counterplay. But it just feels like it's a very nice position.
Rook e1.
Yeah, maybe there's some knight g4 stuff. Some knight g4, knight e5, f5 counterplay. Okay.
Maybe he didn't like something, but
Yeah, but there's also the second line. We thought knight a4, right?
knight a4.
You're just winning a pawn on the spot.
And you're not trading the knight for the bishop, and you have opportunity of this e4 all the time. So now the bishop is under attack on g2. You have to step backwards. If you go to b7, knight c5 is coming with a tempo. If you go to d5, e4 is coming.
Win a pawn. It's very strange. A bit unusual miss. And also engine agrees with us because we saw the line and we felt that the other lines were looking more convincing, like more promising. And maybe he was really banking on this endgame. But to be honest, even this one, is this really so bad? Even if you can trade? Like takes? Maybe it's bad, yeah? Rook b8, b6, knight e5.
Wait, now you can
Oh,
play
b7.
b7 because the checkmate.
That's the problem. The back rank, yeah?
So maybe you have to play knight d7 instead of knight d5. Here, stop. Rook b8, b6. Now knight d7. So you can take it. I saw that b7 is not possible now anymore.
Even this, I would say it feels it could be holdable, but okay, I'm not going to argue with an engine here.
Yeah, engine is very convincing.
Yeah, so, but there was a better move, queen e5, keep the queens on the board, which of course makes sense because black, if you trade the queens, then the b pawn becomes even stronger. And now black needs to make a window for the king, something like h5. Get the rook on b8. By the way, the rook on a1 is under attack for the moment. Well, that was a bit of a miss.
Yeah, pretty upsetting. And also he spent quite some time and he's up on the clock. He could have spent even more time. By the way, 22 moves right now have been played.
And he played queen takes on c5 after how many moves? How many minutes? Like, I can't read, 15 or 19. It was like at least 15 minutes. He spent on the move.
19.
19, okay.
So
You're a
almost
small
20,
font time.
20 minutes. 20 minutes, and he couldn't find it. But for yes, it's 6 minutes 45 seconds for 18 remaining moves, which is meaning around 3 minutes per. Sorry, 1 minute for 3 moves that has to that he can try to use, which is not so much. Dear viewers, the players are not getting increment of 30 seconds now. They're only started to get them from the move 41. And also 30 minutes extra time is added to their clock after they conclude the move 40. So yeah, tough position now. Where do you step with the rook? Or how do you defend it? What do you do? I mean, rook b1 looks very logical, I agree.
Yeah, like you want to push for the b pawn, but I'm thinking black at some point is going to play this knight e5. Okay, let's play window for the king, h5. Just also have some funny ideas, maybe h4 at the right time. How do you make a progress here? You play knight a4. I'm going to put the knight on d5.
Yeah, and also, looking at, recalling our line we were suggesting, there was this just simply extra pawn with no giving up the e-pawn. Now it's equal material in this position. Of course, b-pawn is super dangerous. It's rushing forward, but it felt like in the other line it will be just a pawn, just an extra pawn. One more time, let's return at this moment.
Yeah, maybe we overestimate it. Again, you see, that's the problem. Like, we always have this silly evaluation bar in front of us. Yeah, it maybe sometimes influences us, and I'm not going to deny. Yeah, like, it definitely, like, we're having in front of us, we push the moves, and it kind of confirms we're right, and the players don't have access to that, of course. But I thought that it makes sense. Yeah. Oh, by the way, the game's finished.
We have a repetition there, knight d6. Rook d1, knight f7. The game finished in a draw. What does it mean for us? It's meaning that Václav Finek, international master GM-elect from the Czech Republic, is the winner of the Generations Challenge of Grandmaster Triathlon here at the Biel Chess Festival. Huge congratulations for Václav on his amazing performance. Has been dominating so far the whole tournament. Remember, after the Blitz, he just scored so many points. He just was completely unstoppable there. He even eliminated Alexandra Kostyniuk from the field. She couldn't even qualify for the final stage. Impressive performance, winning the second Challenger tournament that he's played this year. First one he played in Czech Republic, in Prague, during the Prague Chess Festival. He won Challengers. Now he's coming to Biel to Switzerland, winning again.
What's the next tournament which has a name Challengers? I have to ask.
We have to check on the calendar, that's for sure. I think that
you need to send Václav right there because he's crushing them. Yeah, so he's won 2 Challengers already in a row. I think he also, according to tournament regulations, is this still in effect or not? If you win the Challengers, you are getting to the Masters?
I'm not so
sure.
We have to double check on that.
There was this rule before, I remember. Yeah. But maybe they changed it. We're going to get back on that. But yeah, that was pretty amazing. It would be great also to hear from him if he's going to join us here in the studio.
And you know, Artur, before the start of the tournament, at the opening ceremony, I did ask Václav, because one more time, okay, highlighting the fact that he already won the Challengers tournament and he's still going to school, right? He's attending the school. And now it's a free time from school, so we have the free time and the holidays there. So I asked him at the opening ceremony, you know, since now it's a free time from school and you already won during, during your school time the Challenger tournament, should your opponent be more worried? And he was like, yeah, maybe. And he was right. He was right on spot on it, and winning event absolutely incredible. And well, one more of the achievements in the for the rising Czech star. He will be soon a grandmaster. He already achieved everything what's needed, all norms, rating. Just soon, just a formality. He'll be a grandmaster soon.
Yeah, absolutely. So he definitely has deserved it. So what amazing result for him. And yeah, for the Chinese grandmaster, of course, he rejected the draw, offered the repetition, only to agreed a couple of months later. So that's what we did not see. But we have one more game to go. And this game is a bit slower paced because the Vietnamese grandmaster has like 39 minutes. And I believe we have a bit of time here.
Absolutely, and slight miss from Limley a couple of moves ago. Now his rook is under attack. He'll have to figure out what to do. But we're taking a very short break, after which we'll have the winner of the Generations Challenge, International Master Wacław Inek, in the studio with us. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. And we are back with the winner of the Generations Challenge Grandmaster Triathlon International Master GM-elect, Wacław Inek from Czech Republic. Wacław, huge congratulations on the win. Please share with us, how do you feel?
I feel great because I think I played very well here.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing performance. Even, you know, in the blitz portion, you played so great that you eliminated Alexandra Kostyniuk. She couldn't qualify for the final stage. But let's talk about today's game.
Yeah.
What happened? Because as we know, before the game, for Shao, there was an opportunity. You know, he wins against you to win the tournament. In which mood were you coming into today's game against Tong Shao?
Yeah, I just wanted to draw. So, yeah.
That's a fair response, of course. The draw was enough for you. So let's start. Maybe you can just share with us some critical moments, maybe starting with the opening. How well were you prepared? And
So I prepared this line many times, so I knew how to play it.
and here d5. So everything was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I surprised my opponent a little bit with queen b3.
So with a bit later. So it was queen. Or with queen b3, you
Queen
mean?
b3, yeah.
With queen b3. So basically here, the surprise has come. Okay, then.
And
quite
bishop
some-
d2 is not a main move too, I think. I think knight d2 is.
Yeah, here he started thinking for some time, and he comes back bishop b7. Now suddenly knight d4 is a threat, and you Basically, it was still preparation for you. So at which moment did your preparation stop?
After rook e1, I played.
So all of it was a preparation
Yeah.
and yeah, rook e1. So how did you evaluate this position so far? Of course, like it looks pretty balanced, but looking at his pieces are more active and some pressure potentially on this file.
Yeah, I thought that if I play e4, I'm much better. So he has to play something to.
So that's why he played knight e4.
Yeah.
Okay. So here we have queen c2. You can
Yeah.
always
Here
tell
I
your
thought
thoughts
if it's not possible to take on f2,
with the knight.
yeah, twice. But I think here after queen e7, I can play back king g1, I think.
So you have to play back king g1 and there is no
And there is no like play for
no
him.
problems. Okay, let's go forward. So he jumped away with a knight. And yeah, around this moment we felt like you always want to trade some pieces, like with bishop e3.
Yeah.
So
Maybe even knight h4 sometimes.
trading this one. Was it why you played, so here, okay, a5, was it why you played b3, trying to play bishop e3, or what was the idea?
I wanted to play a3 and b4 or bishop e3 always.
Actually, that I said on the broadcast that you want to go for this, but yeah, bishop e3 is another idea. Okay.
Yeah, I thought about a3 and bishop e3.
After queen c8.
Yeah.
Did you see, by the way, his idea? Because it looked very interesting. Queen c8, queen b7
Yeah,
coming in.
I saw queen b7, but queen c8 I overlooked. I don't know if it's best. I thought something queen e7 maybe. But
So you saw that queen e7 this position.
yeah, or knight f5 maybe.
Yeah, but this queen c8 was very interesting. When it came, we were surprised here. And yeah, you went for the bishop e3 eventually, trying to trade the pieces. Did you feel some pressure and wanted to trade more pieces to get, you know, less pressure in the position?
Yeah, I didn't feel any pressure. I thought
No pressure.
It's very drawish here, I think.
Very drawish. Okay. So bishop e3 takes, and now queen b7. So
Here I played queen d2 because I didn't want to get some knight f5, d6, e5.
so let's say I don't know which move. Let's say this maybe knight f5.
Knight f5 and d6.
So you have to step away somewhere and then d6. Okay, so it makes perfect sense. Now you're targeting the d7 square, and now he's defending, and yeah, rook d1.
And now after knight f5, I can play c5. So.
Oh, very nice. And now you're putting more pressure.
Yeah.
Okay, so rook f5 was played, stopping the c5 idea of yours, and rook f1. And around this moment, there was this. You started to repeat, right? Rook df8. So
Yeah, I think I have some motive with bishop h3 and knight e5 maybe sometimes.
at this position,
No, after queen e3.
queen e3 here, yeah.
If a bishop is on e4, I think.
But actually, we were, you know, consulting with the engine, and indeed, bishop h3 was a move at some moment. We can just. Is it okay to switch it on,
Yeah.
or yeah? So I think it was here, yeah, bishop h3, and some rook f3. Have you seen something like this?
Yeah, no, I didn't thought about bishop h3 here.
Yeah, some. I don't know what is this variation, but also a bit later, I think bishop h3 was a move. Maybe. Not really sure at which moment, but somehow always computer was showing in position where, okay, we saw some slight edge that you have this bishop h3, but we saw this pretty, it's pretty, you know, tough to find as a human. But you were seeing this, I think around here also, you see like bishop h3
Yeah.
at some moment, also some idea. But okay, here just bishop g4. Okay, probably it's a bit too
Yeah,
dry engine lines. Yeah?
Yeah, I thought the repetition is the best here because
Yeah, and here, of course, like you repeat
I
it.
don't think he has a better move than knight d6. So.
Yeah. So very nice. I mean, game. Of course, you just needed a draw, and You achieved it. You have played a great tournament. Václav, just a few questions before I let you go. I want to ask, first of all, is your first time playing in Biel? Time playing this Grandmaster Triathlon? Share with us, how was your experience? Because, you started with the chess 960, you had rapid, then you had classical, blitz, all these time controls. How was it for you to play it?
Yeah, at the end I felt already a little bit tired. But yeah, I think my weakest was Fischer and Dom. I didn't had the intuition for the moves.
And everyone now is wondering, because this year you already won the Practice Festival Challengers, now you won the Generations Challengers in Biel. So, question for everyone, I think many chess players wonder, where are you heading next? Who should be worried now? Which festival, which tournament?
Yeah, maybe Challengers again in Prague. No, not next year it would be Masters. Yeah.
Next year will be Masters already. Yeah. So Masters should be ready. But any plans for the remaining part of the year?
Yeah. So Olympiad probably.
Olympiad? Okay, amazing.
And I play some tournament in Hungary.
Okay, very nice. Václav, thank you so much for joining us one more time. Congratulations. Best of luck at the Olympiad, at Hungarian tournaments, and we hope to see you back in Biel. So maybe next year, maybe after that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Václav. And dear viewers, let's take a look at the remaining game, which is still happening right now here at the final day of the final stage at Grandmaster Triathlon. Generations Challenge has already been concluded. Václav Finek is the winner of it, but what is going to happen in the Masters? Because, of course, we already know the winner. It is Levon Aronian. He is the winner of the Masters of Grandmaster Triathlon. But what about the second place? Will Liam manage to score a victory here in this position? Or is it going to be, yes, Erdogmush, who will try to stop him? Because for Limle, it's a must-win situation right now. It is a must-win situation. And by the way, meanwhile, I have some update because I'm being joined by a surprise guest.
Ta-da! I'm back.
The biggest surprise.
The biggest surprise. Thank you for giving me this amazing opportunity to join the commentary cast. It was a lifetime wish. My mom is watching
final
this.
Day, final game.
Yes,
Well,
final
how
day,
you
final
feeling?
game. Well, still a bit sad or relieved. I don't know. It's like a mix of emotions, to be honest, because it's been a long road. It's been a long tournament, and all good things come to an end at some point. But we have this one more game still happening here where I was actually discussing this position when you were having the interview with Václav. I was sitting there in the corner with our producer, Bic, and he was pushing a couple of moves here, trying to figure out what is the position, by the way, without an engine. And I gotta say, Bic had some amazing ideas there. So here in this position, we're considering knight b6 could be an opportunity. Knight c7, here we see is played by a white. And we agreed on one thing, that black's position is a bit unpleasant.
It is, because if we compare all the pieces on the board, if we count all the pieces on the board, it's all equal. Yeah, material equality in the position. 4 pawns for white, 4 pawns for black, queen, 1 piece on the board, knight, 1 piece. So it looks all equal, but the pawn on b7 is just 1 step away from becoming a queen. And by the way, the time situation, look at the 3 minutes on the clock. What?
That's a blunder. Apparently there's a blunder. Queen d6 is not a good move. So the threat is black wants to play queen b6, block the pawn, but apparently there's something really wrong with this move. Well, let's sit here for a moment and try to figure out what it is.
Let's try to figure out, because evaluation bar just jumped all the way up in this position.
So what move is it? What kind of move could it be? Something about promoting this pawn. I do not immediately see.
Maybe some inclusion of queen h4.
Queen h4.
And then after f6, returning back. I'm not sure, but just the first thing which I see, checks, captures, and threats, in the position.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just a second. So this is the position. We're not going to use the engines. The viewers, you also can try to figure out.
Yeah, write in the chat, by the way, dear viewers, what is the move?
I don't think, of course, that Limle is aware it's a mistake. It looks like a logical move. Must be based on some miscalculation.
You have to be really careful in this position because if you step away with the queen without a check, queen c6 is coming.
Knight a6, queen b6, queen c8, queen a6, queen d7, king d7, under promotion to a knight.
Oh no!
Is this the correct line?
Oh wow!
So,
Let's go.
knight a6. You want to promote the pawn. Like, I don't know, maybe black doesn't have to do this. Let's say he plays queen b6. Now I have the idea to play queen c8. I want to promote. You can't take, because I think this is what the Turkish player thought, that you promote to a queen, but you put a knight instead.
Oh my god. If this is happening on the board right now, this would be crazy. This would be insane finish of the game. And I think we will have also a table slam here from
Nah, it doesn't work.
Table slam.
Everything disappears. No, it doesn't work. Yeah,
You can kick with the boxing, yeah.
use everything like this. Yeah. That's it.
And
And what wins? This was a big blunder, apparently. So, yeah. There you go.
throw it away.
Everything disappears.
So,
White is winning. Apparently here, the queen d6 was a big mistake. Yes?
23 minutes for Limle. 23 minutes. If he feels there is something here, he has to slow down. He already spends around 2 minutes, 50 seconds. We can see it in the top left of the board. But will he spend more time or will he rush? This is very important to find the critical moment in the game. Arthur, do you have any advice, how to find the critical moment? Because there is always this question, where to spend the time more, where to spend the time less, where to play faster, what to do. This is a critical moment, but how to recognize it is a critical moment?
Well, we had a major spoiler. We had the Malaysia bar in front of us. And this gives us like a signal. You have to look for something here. And I think that Limle definitely has to sense that this is the critical moment because, bless you, Angelica, because the b-pawn is 5 minutes before becoming a queen. And like this was probably some sort of a pattern recognition. Like you're looking for something, you know there's something there, but I had a big advantage. I know there's something there and Limle doesn't know. So he might miss this, but I think at this level, you got to spot this.
But I have a question, Arthur. After the move, knight a6, what is exactly a threat? If we can pull up the analysis board right now. Because after knight a6, the promotion is not a threat because it is covered by queen and the knight. Probably the threat is queen c8?
Yeah, you might be right. Just queen c8, and you're still going to take on a6 because I'm going to take on d7 and promote. So black is like he's reaching for a move.
And he's playing it.
He's playing
knight
it.
a6 is on the board.
He's playing it. We might see this happening. So here the big question is if Erdomus sees the idea. You got to see this at the stage because it hits you like a thunderbolt.
Yeah, he is trying to calculate right now. We might see the facial impressions. We might see the body language expressions now from, yes. Is he realizing it?
At this stage, you got to see because I think the question is why my opponent is allowing me to play queen b6. I think this is where, right now he sees this. Because why is he allowing me to play queen b6 and block the b-pawn, potentially eat it? So you see queen c8, queen a6, and there's, oh my goodness, I just missed queen d7 and under promotion to a fork.
How much
right
time
now he sees it.
He has 2 minutes now on the clock, Arthur's 2 minutes. 12 more moves have to be played. 12 moves for 12 minutes. Is it even physically possible? Under 2 minutes right now for Yazar Dogmush.
I mean, you got to walk away.
12
King
minutes.
f6? King f6? I don't know. I mean, you got to walk away from all of this, but this already might be a lost cause. Because if you walk... Queen b6 is played. We are heading for the line.
Queen b6 is on the board. Limle.
You could see also basically the resignation in his face. He's like, oh my goodness. There was this one small glimpse in his facial expression, like he knows that he messed up. So queen c8, I think it's going to happen here. Very beautiful combination.
Well, Limle sees it. I mean, of course, if he plays knight a6, is already highlighting that he has to do. Because otherwise, what do? Pawn on b7 is under attack right now. You have to defend the pawn on b7. How else do you defend on queen c8? That's the biggest problem now for white. There is not even other move in the position which holds both knights and the pawn.
I mean,
It is the move.
you have queen b4, but it feels a bit slow. Takes, takes, there's going to be knight b8.
No,
And
you
the king
cannot
is
go for it.
advancing, you're going to drop the pawn.
No.
It's all about either you see it or you don't. And judging that white already played knight a6, it suggests that he sees it. He's just making sure that there's no other follow-ups. Maybe after queen c8, black has to try to do what? Actually, do what?
Not so clear.
You're simply promoting. I was thinking walk away, but you just take the knight.
Well, 20 minutes right now for Limle. It means he understands, probably he sees the line, he understands if it is a winning line right now, right here, I better spend time on the clock. I better spend some time right now because 20 minutes is quite a lot. He can spend even like maybe 15 minutes on the next move just to make sure it all works. But for such a level, I mean, Arturs, you figured all it out in half a minute.
No, I mean, I had a spoiler.
Of course.
I had a spoiler. There's something there, and I just used basically elimination method, and it just somehow clicked. But since he already played knight a6, the logic is that he sees it. What is he thinking about still here?
He's just making sure it all works because if it does work, it means for Limle he's getting 4 points today. He will get the second place in this year Grandmaster Triathlon. It's a big move.
This really reminds me this classic. I mean, I would love to show you on an analysis screen. Unfortunately, I don't think I can do it right now. There's this very famous sequence of yeah, okay, maybe I'm not going to tell the position because it involves under promotion. Like, if you can picture in your mind, the white queen on g6, pawn on g7 versus the black king on g8. The black queen is on d7, the rook is on e8. You play rook f8 check, rook takes on f8, queen h7 check, king takes on h7, g takes on f8 under promotion. It's a very, very famous sequence. So it feels like this is pretty much from the same series.
Will this going to be played? I mean, Arturs, how certain are you queen c8 will be played? Is it 100%? Is it 99? Less? More?
It should already happen by now. That's what I'm saying, is he's not playing it, which might imply that he does not see it.
And I'm recalling right now the moment that Limle had in the game against Aydin Süleymanli. Do you remember there was a blind spot for the tactics on f2, which costed him 4 points in that game? We might see exactly the same. Do we see maybe some blind spot also here? It is possible.
It's possible. It is possible.
It happens sometimes.
Yes, but then again, what else? What else do you do? The other move is queen b4. That's the other move. Queen b4, knight b4, black plays knight b8. And the king is advancing, and maybe this is where he's looking. So it all comes down to this. Either you see it or you don't. It's really that simple. And it's very easy for your mind to discard it. Because once your mind convinces you that after queen c8, queen a6, there's nothing, you're not looking back. So but I still find it quite hard to believe that he wouldn't find it. But again, he's spending the time.
But I think, yeah, he's spending time.
That's what I find it to be the most surprising.
That's
or he's seeing something else after queen c8. There's another move we're not seeing.
But there are two, like the threat is too straightforward in the position. There are no checks there. There is nothing what can be played.
Queen
c8 is on the board.
No, he played queen c8. He played it.
Queen c8 is there. He is going for it. Sacrificing the rook, the knight on a6.
That's what he was thinking about. Yeah, of course. Okay, of course. These guys are too good for this. He saw this. He saw this. So what he was making sure that there's no perpetual. He saw queen d6. Erdomas also saw. He, of course, saw the idea because we could see in his facial expression before that he realized there's this under promotion. And I think here Limle was calculating this sequence. If he promotes, check this out, it's actually a draw because of queen d5 check. And that's why he was not making the move. He was trying to make sure, can he go here? But the good thing is, after queen d6, he can afford to make some kind of an improving move, which is what again?
Queen d6. maybe h3?
Yeah,
h3, and then
could
do
be,
you have
or
a-
h4. I'm not sure. Look at this, how he
already
just
the draw.
blundered, yeah? I think there's still perpetual. You can't take. You have to watch out.
Okay, then let's try h4.
Okay, so h4.
Now the point is that after this you can play f3 and hide. Ah, no.
Maybe you're right.
This was suggested by Big.
To go here.
If pawn was on h5, there would be idea queen d1, checkmate on h1, but there is no pawn on h5.
And if I still go for the perpetual,
But there will be no perpetual, right? I can promote, because then their king is escaping.
I mean, I can always take on f3 and the game continues for a while.
Yeah.
But let's say check, here, check. You probably have to go here, check. It's really close. Okay, of course I have the leisure bar, but that's why he was thinking. Of course he saw this, of course.
Yeah.
Like he is an elite grandmaster. Like he sees these things instantly. And he was just looking at this position. He was already thinking, what's going to be the response of my opponent? So I go for the queen c8. There's a double exclam move. Of course, amazing. In case somebody missed, the entire sequence was queen a6, queen d7, king d7, under promotion to a knight, which was missed by Domosh originally. And that's why he saw, I think he saw this instantly, but he was trying to figure out what happens if black goes for the perpetual.
Yeah, now he has to try to figure out and understand. Right now, there is not a single threat from black besides the perpetual. This is the only threat which black is threatening right now. Queen d5, queen d1, queen h5. There will be this triangle of queen jumping and giving checks. So this is the only way, this is the only problem that you have to take care of right now. And if Limle realizes that this is the only problem, he is going to find the move.
Yeah, it's a pretty, can I say not difficult sequence? Because the point is why you want to have the pawn on h4 and king h3 is that black doesn't give you checks on this diagonal. So if I promote and I put the knight, check here, this is the difference.
Oh.
That's the difference. That's why you need to have the pawn on h4.
Not to have any checks on the h file.
Yeah, but essentially you're leaving your king alone against a lot of checks. So this sequence h4, check, f3, check, king h3. You see there's no more check. And I have a feeling the game's going to continue with something like queen f2, promote, and either Yes is going to take on give a check on f1, but I have a feeling he's going to take on f3. And this game is going to continue. White is technically winning, but it's by no means finishing early.
Yeah, it is not. And I see Yes is being shaking a little bit there in the chair. But Limle in the full focus mode right now, calculating all the moves right now. He's trying to figure it all out.
11 moves for black.
11 moves, 12 minutes on the clock right now for Limle. Still there is time. Still there is time for him to invest here. Will he find the idea? Will he go for it? I mean, I think he realized it. He's just calculating all those lines with all the checks because there are so many lines. We have just seen many of them. And for Yes, there is, well, not so much time left. 1 minute, 46 seconds. Will it be even physically possible to play all 11 moves? I'm not sure.
And that's why he's super focused right now. Like early in the tournament, we could witness how good is this kid at calculating the lines. Again, he's only 15 years old. Like, it's unbelievable. You know, at age 15, what I was doing, I don't know. Definitely not playing at that level. But he is 2,700. He just recently defeated the former world champion, Veselin Topalov, in a friendly match. 5 points against 1. And he's here in Biel. Yeah, so I think it's really great to see him here in action. His calculation skills are just otherworldly. And I'm pretty sure he's like some 15 moves deep already in this line. So again, h4, queen d5, f3, queen d2, king h3, blah, 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 blah. It continues. We might see some moves.
Yeah, I see that Limley is reaching for a move, and he is playing knight c7, knight c7, queen c6 check. Instantly has been played. Computer says it's a blunder. There is a perpetual. And yes, just blitzed out the move. He was completely ready for it.
Okay, so I think we have to pull up the analysis screen, and we have to figure out what's going on. So apparently queen c7 is a miss.
Knight c7.
No, sorry, yeah, knight c7. Knight c7, queen c6. So this was the threat.
And stopping queen d5 and all the perpetual checks.
Super logical. So queen c6
We have the moves,
check.
by the way, incoming.
Yeah.
Now, king goes back to g1, queen c1 check, king g2, queen goes back to c6, and now king h3 or f3.
Why did he repeat the position, actually? That was a bit of strange. Oh, wait, and if you play f3, there's queen c2 check, king h3, there's queen f5.
So, and what happens if now you play king h3?
You got to give it a try, otherwise it's just a draw. I mean, what else?
Oh my god.
But now you don't have the pawn in front of your king.
King h3 is being played right now on the board.
Maybe we just go, we watch it live without the analysis screen, because I have a feeling there's action unfolding so rapidly that we're not going to be able to follow everything. And here you see 1 minute and 27 seconds, move 33, 7 moves for black. Sorry, 8 moves for black to make.
8 moves, he has to be played. Now queen b6. Oh my god.
So,
What is...
or maybe he calculated that
Oh.
instead of queen b6, queen f3 actually wins? Because if you, instead of queen b6, you play queen f3, I could sacrifice the queen, promote my pawn to a queen, and now you don't have a perpetual, presumably.
And now the point is you cannot play knight a6 back because queen f2 and going for a perpetual. Was it that something that Lim Lem missed here? But is there also queen e8? You have to calculate this line. Queen e8, where does the king go? Or maybe it's not so clear?
Well, let's analyze. That's why we're here. Wow, what a crazy, crazy game. Okay, so we're having this position. Queen c6 check. He's reaching for a move.
He's reaching for a move. He plays f3 right now.
F3, yeah, it's on the board. So after it's on the board, that's the current live position. So if I may, I would like to still analyze a bit.
Yes, it's 1 minute, 10 seconds now.
This is not a draw, yeah?
The move is being played. Wait a second. Queen c5.
All right, let's just go back to the live
Yeah,
position
because
here.
he's just playing so quickly, sorry. Queen c5. Now queen h5 is a threat.
Queen f5, queen f5. That's a threat, not queen h5. Queen h5, I'm going to play king g2, you walk away from the checks. Queen f5 is a threat.
And if you play king g2, there is queen c2.
Queen c2, exactly. So
Can you play g4 here?
g4, queen f3, you can't do this.
No, immediately now g4.
Oh. Yeah, but
Maybe
it
queen
exposes
f2.
the king even.
Queen f2.
Yeah, g4, queen f2 exposes the king even further.
Oh my god. And yes, playing all of it with just 1 minute. You know, throughout the whole time, he's under 2 minutes on the clock right now. Finding out all the moves.
You know, just to summarize all of this, this turned out to be much more complicated endgame than I would have thought. Big surprise there. And earlier, the Vietnamese Grandmaster missed. It was not an obvious victory. Maybe he saw the same game where he had an extra piece against 2 pawns, queens on the board. He was not sure if this is winning. It was looking really scary. I was not sure, but I had the valuation bar in front of me. And he saw something else. And I think he missed this precise sequence of the moves. Exactly this, that queen b6 was very accurate move, queen c6, queen c5. Such an incredible defense so far. And on top of that, you always have to calculate lines like queen e8 check, king d6, maybe you can take on d7, maybe you can promote. And now this check seems to be saving black.
We have one line from Big right now. Let's try to figure it out. So queen, we have to pull up the analysis board right now. to
Yeah,
get
I
it
already
done.
did it twice and then action immediately
Yeah,
unfolded.
because Limle played the move. So let's,
Maybe we can draw some arrows here, yeah?
let's, we can stay here and you play moves. You can just stay here and put the moves on the board.
Okay.
So queen e8,
Check. Here.
now b8, queen.
Yeah, but I
Knight
give you
takes.
now perpetual. So the idea is this. You're giving a check, you're winning the knight with a check. That's a beautiful idea, by the way. Check this out, yeah? Takes and takes. But the thing is, I don't have to take.
Have to give perpetual.
I don't have to take at all. I give you a check. G4, queen
Oh
f3.
my God.
King h4 is some checkmate even, yeah? You can't do this. And this is just a repetition.
This is all figured out already by Yezer Dogmush. During the time of Limle, Limle had over how much? We have moves on the clock happening right now.
Knight a6 goes back. There's no queen c2 check here. He's being tricky. 1 minute here for Domush.
Has to play a move.
5 moves. Queen d3. Again, very precise. Only move. Just unbelievable.
Queen d3. Now queen e2 is a threat suddenly in the position. What to do? Can we have here h4?
You know, either way, like this game, like their previous encounter in the classical portion, where the Turkish player was forced to find a draw in this night's endgame. Remember, right?
Yes.
This feels like a prelude to what's really happening here, because here he is finding a lot of only moves. Queen b6, queen c6, queen c4, queen e3, to stay alive with every single move. He somehow keeps the game going. So, sorry, Angelica, what you said, what was the
No, I was just
suggestion?
completely shocked because, Limle, my suggestion was just queen e2 is a threat right now. Queen e2 and trying to give perpetual. But the point is that if Limle didn't have so much time on the clock, and didn't spend so much time on the clock, yes, would never have enough time to calculate all of it. So all of it is happening right now. It's because Limle spends time. And during his time, yes, found this idea. He found out he messed up. He realized there is this queen c8, knight a6 moves. But yeah, he finds this idea. And every move is the best what he's playing. Absolutely incredible.
Again, finally, I'll mention black still could have taken a6 because
Yes.
takes it under promotion to a knight. Same idea, still works here. So the knight on a6 is not under attack. I'm not sure about queen d2 check. I think queen d2 check is more unpleasant so that you give long diagonal checks. And how do you escape? I mean, king h3 is going to be even maybe take on f3 or queen f5. h4, queen e2, queen f3. It looks like this game is getting to a draw. Like,
Yeah.
of course, he is still, how many moves? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 moves to make. 56 seconds. But it's starting to get really forcing here.
Yes,
Maybe
it
take?
is.
Take on d7. Can you do this? Take on d7. King d7 is a fork. But take, I'm going to take with a queen. Promotion.
And then there is will be perpetual.
And check. And again a draw.
Again, perpetual. Can you play h4? Can you try to play h4? But no, problem is just
Check
going
and
to
check.
capture.
Like I just take the pawn here.
And there will be perpetual.
Yeah.
So the h4 move earlier was the only move to continue. Wow.
I don't see, to be honest, how to continue here. He's reaching for a move.
He is promoting to a queen.
It's just a draw for, no? I think you can just play queen to check here.
Queen d2 check.
There's no way white can escape from perpetual here because king h3 is going to be queen h6. You don't need to take on b8 at all.
But maybe it's a like psychological way that at least you're having a draw. With
No,
the
it's just a
two
draw.
queens on the board.
It's just a draw. Queen h6, you can't go forward. King g4 is f5 checkmate with a pawn. You don't want to finish your tournament this way.
No, no checkmate.
You're seeing the players are checking this gigantic broadcast screen. Not ours, of course, but a live game transmission. There's this score sheet with all the moves written down. Move
43
39.
seconds. One move has to be played, and yes,
It's a draw.
he's going to make it. Repetition.
What a miss.
Oh my God.
What a
Absolutely incredible finish to this game. And Yeah, 40 smooth is being played now. Smooth 41. They can already agree on a draw. Doesn't even have to be
Wow,
a
what a
three-fault.
game. I mean, it was really amazing to see. It was worth to stay here because these fireworks at a time scramble, how the Vietnamese Grandmaster found this under promotion trick. But then again, it was all about the Turkish players' defensive resources. Incredible.
Absolutely remarkable play by Yezer Dogmuş holding to the draw. And let's pull up the results of this final round because, as we know right now, after this draw, Lim Le and Yes having the same amount of points. Okay, we had a peaceful day. You can see here all the draws have been played, so it means the standings has remained the same. And in the standings, we can see that it is right now Yes who is on the third place. They both of them having the same 24 points, but let's come back to the tournament of Chess 960, which was played in the first day, and there Yes was performing much better.
Yeah, so these are the final rankings of both Masters and Generation Challenge tournament. At least these tournaments here in Biel are officially over. So once again, we can congratulate Levon Aronian for his stellar performance here. His excellent result in the rapid time controls, rapid and blitz allowed him to cement his lead in the tournament, and also all the games in the classical portion finished in a draw. So Lemanli, I mean, great showing for him because he was the last-minute replacement instead of Nodirbek Yakoboyev, the top GM from Uzbekistan. He had some visa problems. I didn't agree to play in the tournament 2 days before the start of the event, and what a result for the young Azerbaijani player.
Yeah, absolutely incredible result. One more time, congratulations on the winners. Generations Challenge, it was Václav Finek, and the Masters, it was Levon Aronian. I mean, Artus, what a ride we had through past 2 weeks. But I think it's a good moment for us, to recall all the people and call out every person's name, or try to call out almost every person who is a part of the team.
Yes, first I would like to call out all the amazing commentators.
Well,
Well,
Grandmaster Artur Snakeshans, the round
yes,
of applause.
thank you. It was really amazing. The amazing Angelika Volkova,
Thank you.
my partner in crime here in the Biel Chess Festival. We've been doing this commentary together here on site 5 years in a row. We started it 6 years ago when Angelika was here. I did it from home. So there's us. Then I think we have to say big
Yeah.
thank you for the best producer in the world, Big.
Big, thank you so much.
He's not screaming.
Everything what you see on the screen would never happen without his help. Thank you so much. We love you. Thank you for this beautiful transformation. Now I'm small, now I'm big. Now this is what Big is doing. He can do anything to us.
You
what
should
he
join
wants.
us actually, Big, here in
Yeah,
the
come
studio.
to
At
us.
least show you,
Come to us.
show your face.
Yes,
show your
show your
face.
face.
And everybody else, of course. Maybe we could also show Tatiana, who is very busy
Yeah.
right now, working
Amazing
with the customers.
Tatiana. She's the manager of the office, always here, coming very early. She's the first one to come to the Congress Hall of the Biel Chess Festival. She's the last one to leave. She's handling all the things. We have a big arbiters team. We
Yeah.
have Laurent Freud, who is also this year is a tournament director, and the big team of the arbiters like Anna Srebnic. We have Florian, we have Timothée, we have Neboisa this year, also doing DGT boards. Big thanks for that.
Our
big
media team.
Media
Our media team, we have a pretty large media team this year. So all of your guys who are Jonathan, the head of the media team, Ivica, Matt, and sorry if I forgot to mention all the names. So thank you for being officially amazing here. Of course, also the tournament director, Paul Kohler. Without him, I don't think this tournament would be possible even to organize. Our president, Peter Blomenbust, who's every year here trying to accommodate everybody as best as he can. I'm probably forgetting a lot of names.
We have also Arne, social media, my mom, the chess paparazzi, Inna, also part of our big Biel Chess Festival family. And well, there are many people. Jonas is in charge of the technical things, making sure everything is working out here, there, everywhere, basically. So it's like, we're sorry if we're missing on someone, but it's like really big team trying to make this event happen every year, year after year, and trying to improve on the previous edition. As Artus already said, we started just basically with me being here on the interviews. Artus was in Riga. Then we were here. Artus, you were boss producer and commentator. It's absolutely insane how you handled also me at the time and everything here. And since 2 years, we already have a producer here on the team. Again, our team is expanding. Everything is getting ready for the next year, because next year we'll have the anniversary, the 60th International Biel Chess Festival, and we're really excited about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So it feels like overall about, I mean, the next year's event, of course, that's the big next thing coming up. But about this event, it feels like it was great. It was really great. The last 2 weeks. So a bit of a special time. And if I would have to count together, I think I've spent here like a couple of months of my life. This is the second home for me, essentially. And from one side, like, I'm sad, A2C go, at least for this year.
Yes.
So tomorrow, most people there are going to depart. I think, Angelika, you're leaving the day after that. But I'm glad to be part of this festival. And of course, I hope to come to the 60th anniversary next year. I think the dates might be more or less the same, like starting 10th July or so. Typically, Biel Chess Festival tries to organize it the same dates. And
follow our socials to find out. You will post everything on our social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, X, YouTube. You'll find everything out there. So, and yeah, dear viewers, consider next year to come here to participate. And of course, if you cannot, then of course follow us live from here. But it definitely worth it to experience the beautiful Switzerland weather in the summer. Artus, final words from you?
No, that's it. You know, I feel pretty tired after these 10 plus days. Actually, it's like 2 weeks more or less. Amazing experience. It's a privilege to be here. So I'm officially signing off. Thank you, everyone who was watching this, and see you next year.
Thank you, everybody who have been following, dear viewers. Wish you the best finish of the summer, because still there is August, there are other events, and looking forward to meet you here in person for the next year, for the 60th anniversary of the Biel Chess Festival. Thank you one more time to all from our teams, and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.